Welcome to this online info day for the Digital Arts and Entertainment curriculum. My name is Rick Linknecht. I'm the academic director of this curriculum. Okay, um, the Digital Arts and Entertainment curriculum is a curriculum aimed at the international entertainment industry. The entertainment industry for us is movies and games. So actually all our curriculums that we offer are aimed at one of the different elements of that industry. We have 6 majors. Each one of those majors focuses on a different aspect of the entertainment industry. 4 of our majors are related to the game industry. 2 of them are aimed at the movie industry. The 4 game-related majors we have are game graphics production, game development, sound design, and independent game production. Game graphics production and game development are basically aimed at big international AAA game companies. The studios that make games like GTA, things like that, really big productions, several hundred of people making games for 2-3 years with huge budgets. That's the world of GGP and GD. We have IGP, which is basically a curriculum that focuses on students who really want to be creative, create their own game IDs, turn them into a working prototype, bring their own games to market and earn a living with it, build a company around it. That's IGP. Smaller teams, small games, game design. And then we have sound design. Sound design is basically, as it says, creating games that sound good. It's not about audio and music, it's about sound. Then the 2 movie related curricula we have is VFX and 3D animation. VFX is basically aimed at making all those special effects for games like movies like Star Wars and things like that, Lord of the Rings, fantasy, sci-fi, smoke, fire, things like that. And we have the 3D animation curriculum, which is basically making animations like Pixar, things like that, DreamWorks. We have 2 brand new curricula next year, so sound design and 3D animation will be organized for the first time next academic year. So we're pretty excited about that. There's one thing that every student who wants to come to DAE has to realize, that we are not an art school, we're also not a development school. So the profile that we educate is always some sort of technical artist. A technical artist is a profile that up to a certain extent combines technical and artistic skills. Some of our curriculum are more artistic, others are more technical, but there's no curriculum that we offer that is exclusively artistic or just plain programming. This is very important to realize, because this is what sets us aside from other curricula in our field of study. There's a lot of other degrees out there. Of course, none is as cool as ours, but we are the only ones who really focus on the combination of being a technical artist, like we call it. There's a couple of things that everybody who wants to come to DAE has to realize, and that is, since we focus on the entertainment industry, then you, the potential students who wants to come study DAE, you are the ones who make it really hard for our students, because as a customer, you're pretty demanding in terms of how good the games are that you buy, or how well made that the movies that you go to see at the cinema, how well they are made. So it's the demand from the community, from the consumer, that really raises the bar pretty high for the people that make entertainment. And this is one of the biggest elements in our DAE story. We educate people who are able to make the next generation of digital entertainment that satisfies the customer. So, taking this into account, if you want to study, get a degree, and get a well-paid job, and then just have an easy-going life, then maybe we are not the best place for you to come to. Because we want you to become good. Just being average, nobody wants to pay 60 euro for instance, a PS4 average game. So there's no place for average in our industry. So the industry is looking for talented, focused, passionate people. And these are very, very, very important elements in DAE. So as a DAE student, how do you know that you're the right fit for our curriculum? Well, if there's no passion, if you're not passionate about the medium, if you're not passionate about games, about movies, and not just gaming or watching movies, but you have to have a really deep interest in how these products are being made, and you have to be passionate about it. You won't survive long working weeks if you're not passionate. You also have to be dedicated and focused. Dedication and focus is what sets your long-term goals and helps you through the curriculum. We are also not a knowledge-based curriculum. We are a skills-based curriculum. Skills is something like if you do sports, if you work out, the more you train, the more you work out, the better you get. If you're not willing to work hard, you will never become a good athlete. That's basically the same thing for our curriculum. So the more you train, the more you work, the more you study, the more you practice, the better you will become. So if you're not willing to work hard, you will most likely not make it through our curriculum. The average working week for our students is between 50 and 55 hours a week. This includes the on-site campus hours, but this gives you an idea of what lies ahead of you if you want to study digital arts and entertainment. So do remember, passion, dedication, hard work, focus, these are very, very important aspects of a DAE student. This combined with the fact that the bar is really high, we expect the best of you. That's basically what my staff does very good. Push our students to the limit and turn them into the best possible professionals we can turn them into. If you take these two aspects together, there's very little students who have an easy time going through our curriculum, because almost every student has some courses that are not that well aligned with your main interest or things like that. Okay. So every student has some difficult courses. Every student has hopefully some courses that they are good at. But the main goal, the main message here is almost everybody needs some help from time to time. So the Lonely Ranger going through DAE on its own, they hardly don't exist. Everybody needs help from the community, as we call it. So DAE is a very community-driven curriculum. So we really work hard, we focus, we encourage students to come together, to work together, to learn from each other, to give each other feedback, and to help each other through the curriculum. Because this is also how our curriculum, how our industry is working. Learn to accept feedback as a gift and constantly become a better professional. So being a professional, being a productive employee is what basically makes the difference between a professional employee and a hobbyist, an amateur. It's pretty easy nowadays if you take some tutorials online, for instance, with Unity or Unreal, and after, let's say, 10 hours of video, you can put some stuff together and turn it into something that might look awesome for an outsider, but the step up from being an amateur to a professional employee, that's what we're basically doing with our curriculum. And this is basically the 80-20 rule. Like, with 20% of time, you can get 80% of results, but the industry is looking for the last 20% of extra quality, better performance, and you have to put a lot of time and effort in order to get there. So this is very important to realize. Okay, so we are now in the setting of an online info day. We've been asked a lot of questions regarding how does next academic year is going to look like in DAE. The thing is, we are a huge curriculum. We have over 1,200 students. So all the rules that apply in terms of COVID-19 regarding social distancing and mouth masks, they will apply. So we will have to be creative, and we are creative. The message is, next academic year, we are going to offer all course material online, but at the same time, we're going to offer maximum access to the facilities of our campus buildings for the students. So each student will have at least 20 hours a week access to the campus, access to the staff. That can be face-to-face feedback sessions, that can be peer teaching sessions, that can be a lot of different stuff, but it will definitely be a valuable experience. It will be a very different experience from what you're used to in secondary education, but we will guide you through that process, and together with our staff, we will assure that you will have the quality of education that the industry is expecting from us. So these are all very important aspects to take into account. I want to dive a little bit more into the international aspect of the curriculum, because some of you might wonder, why do I do this talk in English? This is because our industry is an international industry. There are some companies in Belgium that focus on what we're on the kind of people that we're training, but not that much. The main big opportunities, the nice job opportunities, are outside Belgium. So this is really something that you also have to take into account. If you're not willing to work outside a radius of 50 kilometers of the village where you were born, then this might also not be the curriculum for you. So it's really important. The international dimension is real. Like, we teach a lot of courses in English. All the software that we use, like most of software that we use, doesn't even exist in Dutch. So we have over 200 international students on campus. We have non-Dutch speaking colleagues in the team. So this is a true international environment. This being said, can you study the curriculum in Dutch? Yes, you can. There's no difference between the Dutch and the English version of the curriculum. It's an exact copy. But you will be better prepared for the industry if you take the English curriculum, because it matches better with the reality of our industry. Even the majority of the Belgian companies that are active in our industry, on the floor, the language is English, and there are a lot of international employees there. So this is something important to realize. Also, if you choose the international curriculum, you're submerged in a multicultural, really truly international community with people from all around the world coming here, not just to give it a try, but they basically move here for 3 to 4 years with the keen intent on passing this curriculum. And that drags a lot of students along in their commitment. So this is really something that you also need to take into account. What do we expect from future students? And this is, especially for the Flemish students, something that will require some effort. Like, you're not used to work 50 hours a week, 55 hours a week, that's one. So planning, getting yourself organized are amongst the major things that you need to be aware of if you come to DAE. We will, of course, help you and assist you with that, but getting self-sustainable as a student is one of your major goals. So getting your life organized, planned, and things like that will help you a great deal. We will kickstart the academic year next year with workshops, and we will assist you and guide you through that process. But it's still something that you need to be aware of. There's still a couple of months ahead of the start of the academic year, so you can still maybe already start practicing a little bit in, can I be a disciplined worker? Can I get my life organized? To end with, I don't want to scare people away. I also don't want to make DAE sound as something dangerous, something weird. It is a wonderful curriculum full of passionate people. The thing is, if you're not the right fit for DAE, you will not like us at all. If you love DAE and if you're the right fit for a curriculum, you will have the best possible time here in DAE. You will make friends for life. and we will kickstart you on a career that puts you on a road that you might otherwise never have had even access to. So this is really the black and white thing about DAE. It's either your match, it's either your thing, or it's not your thing at all. But if you think you have what it takes to study with this, and you really want to do this, this is your dream, then you should try it. You should give yourself the opportunity to try it. Trying something and not making it is not a failure. It's a learning point in life. This is basically my message to end this introduction. The rest of the stream will be filled with all detailed information about all the different majors we have. All the curriculum-related information is on our website. So the Digital Arts and Entertainment.be website is packed with information for all courses we offer. There's examples of student assignments there. The staff of DAE is available the entire day via Teams chat, via Discord chat. You can, in a moment, start asking questions in the live stream. So the goal for today for us is that no questions remain unanswered. And that's basically also as we work during a regular academic year. If you ask a question, we're going to do our best to answer it. If you don't ask questions, yeah, that's basically not something we can do something about. I wish you all the best for this Info Day, and I hope to see you in person in great numbers next academic year. And I really hope you have a blast as a future student in DAE. Bye.
It's super amazing. I was so stoked because I was one of the contribution of it, and it's making me feel like, wow, I did something. It really boosts my confidence in my works.
It's a good feeling, it's exciting, it's cool to know that you're part of it.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's an honor, to be honest. That extra thing, just my work on the trophy, and it's a really nice trophy, and it's just, yeah, it's a really nice feeling.
It's good, it was exciting, because it was something different. It was feedback from other people than just your teachers or your friends.
It was kind of special, so to say. I placed all my work on there, and I definitely got some good feedback. I talked with some people.
There's definitely like a technicality with which we learn. If you graduate from DAE, you will be on point with your technical knowledge of your software and of computers. You will know what's happening, and that is a thing that the industry really requires of you. Everything about it is made to prepare you for the industry.
I really love the environment here. It's really open and friendly. I really like the teachers here. They really like friendly, and you can come up to them and ask anything and they will find it, and everyone is helping each other. It's feel like everyone is growing, so I really love it.
It does not feel like a school. You learn a lot, you learn a lot of stuff really fast, and you really grow in like 3 to 4 years. But you just enter the school and you really get this warm feeling of people trying to help each other, and it's incredible to say it's like the best 3 years I've had.
If it's your thing, I would absolutely recommend DAE. Certainly at this moment, I don't think there's really a better place to go.
All right, welcome everyone to our Infoday Livestream. My name is Luna and I'll be your host of today. We'll start off with our major visual effects, and for that I have Robin with me, who is the major coordinator of visual effects. So Robin, tell me, the visual effects major is not really new, but something's changed. Tell me a bit about it. What is it all about?
Well, the visual effects major used to be combined with the 3D animation major. As a result, we had a lot of courses that overlap in between the two, but we decided there was room for improvement, and that's why now we have a larger new 3D animation major and a VFX major that took most of what it used to be. So most of the courses that were in the 3D VFX major, which was what it used to be called, are still in there. However, we took out most of the drawing courses, the animation courses, of course, and now what we have left is a course really focused on image manipulation, 3D, working with green screens, all of that. So there's a lot more focus in the curriculum right now.
All right, so you already mentioned some, but what kind of skills will I learn?
Yeah, I would say that the VFX major has 3 large domains it sort of chooses to specialize in. So the first one, of course, is a 3D domain. This is one that is shared with both the game graphics and the 3D animation major. So this 3D major, this 3D focus turns you into a real 3D professional. So regardless of whatever you choose, 3D is the same for everyone. You'll be good at that. What VFX sort of does that none of the other majors do is they work a lot with image manipulation. And what I mean with that is you're going to learn to work with moving images, with cameras, with green screen effects, taking away those effects, adding new effects in the background. We also have a focus on simulations. So what that means is fire, water, destruction, something we call particles, so that will allow us to create smoke, all sorts of nice visual things. So I would say the VFX major has 3 major components to it. It's 3D, it's image manipulation in the form of green screen, background removal, all of that, and the simulations.
All right. So you would say it's more technical or more artistic?
It's a nice blend between the two. Overall, I think it could be seen as more technical because we don't take a pencil and we don't start drawing, which is usually seen as the more art-focused thing to do. However, we put a lot of artistry in the images we use for manipulating our moving images. So our art is more centered on 3D. Our art is more centered on moving images.
All right. And imagine I'm a student or a potential student and I'm still doubting between like VFX or the game graphics production.
Yeah.
What would you say to those students?
I think the important choice you need to make there is what sort of company do you want to end up in and what is the end result that you want to have? Do you want to work on a movie or do you want to work on a game? I think it all boils down to that. After you do DAE, after 3 years, you learn so many techniques, regardless of whatever major you choose to do, that you'll start to see the differences between the 3 yourselves, and you'll notice that they aren't all that big. You're never going to handicap yourself by doing one of the 3. So what's the main difference between game graphics and VFX? Well, one works for film, the other one works for games.
All right, but does that mean I can never work in the gaming industry, for example?
No, not at all. Like a lot of the techniques that you learn in the VFX curriculum can also be applied to a game. Of course, there are some differences. You'll have to educate yourself on a number of topics in order to improve your skill set to work for games. But you'll definitely, we have a lot of students that go from one to the other, that study something game related and then work in the film industry and vice versa. So you're definitely not crippling yourself by doing one of either.
All right, and what kind of jobs will I have in my future?
So if you study the VFX curriculum, there's a number of different jobs. A 3D artist is the easiest one to explain. That's because we just have a 3D focus as well. A couple of the others, a lighting artist, so you'll work with light in a 3D environment. A compositor, so those are the people that sort of overlay different images on top of each other and all make it look like it's a nice blended whole. You'll learn simulations as well. So creating smoke, creating destruction, creating all of those effects. You can supervise renders. So renders are the end result, what we get after applying all of our effects and looking at the final result through our computer. You can become a supervisor in terms of sets as well. You can go stand on a set in a green screen room and say what needs to be done, taking everything into account so that later on, during post-production, you can help your team to the best of your abilities. So a lot of options there.
All right. How, as a future student, could I prepare myself for this? Do I need previous knowledge, or can I just start and like see what it gives?
Yeah. So I think it's important to know that as a future student of DAE, and doesn't matter if it's for the VFX curriculum or any of the other curricula, you don't need any background knowledge. Every course you get starts from zero, starts with assuming that you have zero knowledge of what you're doing. However, there are certain things, of course, that can make your life a lot easier. I think for the VFX curriculum, it would be a good thing if you know a little bit about cameras. While we will not teach you how to make super cinematic shots with a camera, we are constantly using cameras, we are constantly using images and footage, and having a bit of knowledge of how light works, how editing works, how putting a camera in a room and just shooting works, that will definitely benefit you greatly.
All right. I don't know if there's questions from our viewers, because I can't see the chat right now. Bert, if you could. By the way, Bert is behind our camera. He's doing an awesome job.
He's popping up the screen, so I'm gonna make an effort.
I'm sorry,
I'm gonna go for the
internet doesn't work.
I'm gonna go for the bottom one. Yeah, I'll start with Tom Pauwaert there. He says, I'm honestly quite curious about what possibilities there are to combine this with working, spreading out the curriculum. Okay, so that's more of a sort of general question. I think, Tom, I'll answer that one for you. We still have a little bit of time, so that way I can help you as well. Tom, I think if you take up all the courses in DAE, think that 6 days out of 7 you will spend working on your courses. That varies, of course, depending on your deadlines, and during the exams that may be a bit more. But I would say a healthy 6 out of 7, that's not working yourself to death, leaves you about 1 day for 1 full day, I would say, for hobbies, for work, for anything like that. I think it is possible to combine it with a student job, even if you work 2 days in the weekend. But that means that on those 2 days, you're going to have to work for school as well, aside from your job, because then you don't have a full day of work left in the weekend. So if, Bert, can you... I am absolutely not funny in real life. I am... exactly the way I am on camera. I have no intonation whatsoever.
Those online videos will be very, very boring. No, just kidding.
Yes. I will do my best to make them as unwatchable as possible. So, really interested in graphics production? So am I, it's cool. Not sure if this is the right place for that question, though. It definitely was. It's exactly the right place. I'm looking forward to game graphics production. Well, that just makes me feel really, really good, guys. But yeah, if there is no other questions for VFX?
Well, maybe what would be the difference between VFX and the 3D animation course now? Because it used to be one major, but now it's split up.
Yeah.
So if people are doubting between the two of them.
Well, if people are doubting between the two of them, VFX are going to be the people that manipulate moving images, that change backgrounds, that create effects, that create destructions, smoke, all of that. The 3D is sort of the same between animation and VFX. However, animation, they're not going to be manipulating the images so much. They're going to create characters, they're going to draw out scenes and characters, and they're going to make them move on the screen. And we, as the VFXers, are actually going to take that footage and put that in a real environment and make it look good. That's what we do, and that's how we combine our skill sets.
All right, but if I were like ultimate noob in the VFX industry? Like, what kind of things are you talking about? Is it like, I think Star Wars, those kind of movies, and then
Yeah.
3D animation is
I think oversimplified, but a good way to look at it, if you look at Guardians of the Galaxy, more Lord of the Rings as well, Star Wars indeed, that's going to be more the VFX curriculum. If you look at what Pixar makes, The Incredibles, films like that, that's more the 3D animation major.
Yeah, all right. Unless there's still questions. Any drawing skills needed for VFX? That's a
Good question, Brent. Absolutely not. You don't need any drawing skills.
So there's no pre-production or...
No, that
Alright.
used to be the case, but that is no longer the case. We decided to focus more on other things that would help you more and become better.
All right. But as said before, everything starts from zero.
Everything starts from zero, so even if you would need drawing skills for another one of the majors, we teach you everything from zero.
All right. And maybe another question that most of the time we get, software. What kind of software do we use?
A number of different packages. Mostly in the VFX major, we will be using Maya. That's from the Autodesk packet. The entire Adobe suite, so that's Photoshop, Premiere, After Effects, and sort of a new up-and-coming piece of software, or at least a more developed piece of software now, called Houdini. That's going to be a big focus for our curriculum. And Houdini is also one of those pieces of software. There's a lot of question for artists that are capable in Houdini right now in the industry. So we're sort of running ahead with our program in trying to get people up to speed with it.
All right. And maybe a question some parents are wondering about. Are there jobs in Belgium as well? Or are we talking about London or America even, or any
Yeah.
of those?
We're talking about all of that. There are definitely jobs in Belgium. There are definitely jobs abroad. And then London, of course, is the sort of the epicenter of the entire film industry. So definitely for the VFX industry. But don't worry about it. There's a lot of different job opportunities for people with the VFX skill set.
All right. Thank you, Robin. I don't know if you still have one last word for future students.
No, not at all.
All right. We'll be here all day, and we do this again in the afternoon. So if you still have questions, you can find us on Discord, on Teams chat. I think there's also links on our site. The links are in the description, so you can go talk with teachers. Robin will also be there. So if you still have more questions, you can go over there and ask him personally. But no personal questions, please.
I accept all personal questions.
All right. Thank you, Robin. And
Thank you.
We'll see you later again.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. right, welcome back. Our next major is 3D animation, and with me I have Dirk Lambrecht, who is the major coordinator of that new major. 3D animation, so it's new.
It's brand new. So this year we're still with 4 majors. Next year, next academic year, within September, we will start with 6 majors.
Right.
We have sound design with Alexander. He will explain later on. And indeed, 3D animation is a brand new major as well. It was already in the program, but not for that much. I mean, we heard from the industry that the students are pretty okay. They know where the buttons are. They do know how to animate, but they're not that good animators because it's only 2 courses, let's say 4 hours a week and the second year, and that's basically it. So now we doubled it, and we had a couple of other supporting courses that will really make a 3D animator out of it now.
All right, and what are those supporting courses next to the animation itself?
Next to the animation itself, well, of course, within the animation you have the body mechanics, you have the acting, you have the dialogues, you have the bipeds, you have the quadrupeds, so really those kind of creatures also to animate. But then again, we will go over the entire pipeline of a 3D animation film. That means we start with pre-production. You will learn about small character design, but also in a sense the backstory of the characters. You will also make key poses out of characters by drawing, because they really need to be able to draw. We are going to do that with stick figures. They are going to continue with that in storyboards. We will make animatics, 2D animatics and After Effects, that you can really follow the story on a timeline. And then we do 3D blockouts, and then of course we will animate them. And on the other hand, animation is part of a 3D artist. So let's say they are very good 3D artists. They know also how to shade the scene, how to model, how to create a 3D environment, but also the shading techniques. And then at the end, yeah, all the animation in it. So that's basically it, what they will learn.
All right, and who is this for? Like, what kind of students are you trying to attract?
People who are interested in animation, of course. Yes, we all know the Pixars, we all know the DreamWorks and things like that. Yes, we will do animation like that. We will also go for realistic animation and things like that. And you have to see animation as as a craftsmanship. You know, so they will learn the 12 principles of animation. 12 principles of animation is really timing, is follow through, and so on and so on. If you Google it, you can really find these 12 principles, but it's a matter of practicing. So they need to be able to act. They also need to be able to really study, analyze the reference of animation to translate it then into their own animations. And mixed with a very nice camera angle, mixed with a very nice screen position and things like that. So voilà, it's for those people. Is it an art school? Not entirely, but we really would like to learn the skills of animation, of the craft of an animator.
All right, and what kind of previous knowledge do I need for this? Do I need to come from an art school, or if I do like science at the moment and I want to do this, is this good or?
Well, it's always nice when you start at DAE, and not only within animation, that you know a couple of parts of the pipeline. That means a programmer, a coder will be. Yeah, he needs to know about code if he wants to start in game development. If you want to start with 3D animation, yes, you will work with 3D animation. Then again, this major is the less technical one. We skipped the programming courses out of this major because now it's more, let's say, before we had 3D production and visual effects. Now these two split up, let's say, and now we have 3D animation and VFX. So the VFX is more the technical guys. We are more the artistic, more art-oriented guys and girls, of course. And within this major, it could be nice if you know how to draw, because you have along together with the game graphics major, because those are the two more art-oriented majors. One is real-time and the other one is pre-rendered, so the 3D animation one. So, do they need to draw? It would be nice, if it has been a while, that they buy a book about perspective. Just to learn the basics, again, of a horizon, horizontal and things like that.
Yeah. All right. Somebody in the chat is asking, do you truly believe anyone can learn to draw? without any prior experience?
Well, we start with a white sheet. We start actually with a white sheet, and we learn you how to draw in a very academic way. In the first year, it's all about perspective. If you look at the site, later on you can come to me in the Teams or in the Discord group. I have other slides, and then I can show you things on the website. But yes, it's always nice to already start rehearsing it a little bit, how it was for drawing, how will I learn perspective again. But we always work with feedback. On every class and pre-production, you have assignments of 3 to 4 weeks. So in the first week, if you ask me, can I draw a helicopter? Yes, I could, but it would have been a lot better if I draw the helicopter with reference material. So you go search for reference material, the teachers will guide you, that's good reference, that's bad reference, try this, try that. You work with thumbnails, you really learn a total design methodology in pre-production, and that's the way we learn you how to draw. In the second year, then you have characters.
All right, and if I choose this, will my future job be in the film industry, or can I still go to the game industry as well?
You can still go to the game industry as well, because as I said, it's a craftsmanship. Will you be able to implement it? Well, the animators at the department, whether it is in the film, in the 3D animation film, or whether it is, so in 3D animation film, you also have the rigging department, the shading department, the post-production department, the VFX department on animation. But then again, on a game studio, you have the animators, and the ones who implement the animations into the game are the coders.
All right.
So it's really the craft that we learn them.
And are there any overlaps with other majors, or
Yes,
is this
definitely.
completely?
As I mentioned before, game graphics and this major are the two art-oriented majors. That means that they have a lot of courses together. If I'm not mistaken, they have 7 courses together of the 10 courses in the first year. So that's already a lot. They all have drawing, they all have 3D, but then later on the 3D continues for games, for the real-time environment. You don't want a game to slow down. You really want to see it real-time. For us, it's okay, we just render it and you get it linear. But that's basically the difference. And then again, as we still have the major now, 3D production and VFX, we split them both up. So VFX is now more VFX and 3D animation is now more, of course, 3D animation. The VFX is more technical, and they don't have animation anymore. But then again, we have lots of courses together. As I said before, later on in the chat room, I can show you the slides with all the different courses together.
All right, somebody is asking, I think it's also maybe more a question for Robin, but if I follow the VFX major, can I still work in feature animation with those skills?
Definitely, because I also saw the stream from Robin, and he was talking about simulations. If you look at an animation, if you search for an animation breakdown, what will you see? A small part of animation is there, but all the rest, all the characters that are created, and then again, later on, the shading, also the particles where he talked about, the cloth, the cloth simulations, for really the hair simulations, that is not done by the animator, that is done by the VFX department. So yes, you can still enter the VFX world, you can still enter the 3D animation world with your VFX knowledge.
All right, somebody's also asking, is this a good major if you also already have some experience in the 3D animation field?
You already have some you already have some experience in 3D animation field. Yes, it is. It's always, animation is, you always get better and better and better if you really practice, if you do a lot of exercises, if you, it's about acting and about translating that acting, exaggerating, trying to find the right pose and everything, and then trying to make the best animation out of it to create a better portfolio as well.
All right, I don't know how much time we still have left. All right, one last thing you want to say to future students?
One last thing I would like to say to future students, future potentials, come around. I think in animation, I studied animation a long time ago. I always was fascinated by animation. I love it the way nowadays there are so many animation films and you see them growing. It becomes more and more realistic in a sense, but also the combination, as the question was there before with the VFX, you see the hair evolving. It started with Brave, remember the curly, well, of course we had monsters before and everything, but then you see these things happening, and also the characters there become really a mix between reality, realistic characters. They become very nice, cute creatures. A lot has changed since the beginning of 3D animation, yeah, it's a very fascinating world, I must say. And then again, as we see the entire pipeline, except for the hair, of course, but you will also create characters. You will draw them. You have, that's what I forgot to mention before, with the drawing skills. So in the second year, you start with anatomy, with the character design courses. You will make realistic characters. You will make creatures. You will make cartoony characters. And then in the second part, then you have the character creation. You will create them on your own.
All right, perfect. Dirk will also be online in the Teams and Discord chats, so you can still go ask your questions there. And in the afternoon, we have another interview, so keep those questions coming. We're here all day to answer them.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dirk.
Bye.
Bye. All right, hello everyone. Our next major is the game graphics production, and with me is Dries de Rijkere. He's the major coordinator of that major. So Dries, game graphics production, it's the biggest one by far.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about it. What is it all about?
All right. So, like it says in the title, we're all about AAA games. More specifically, the graphical side of AAA games. And so our biggest focus is on creating really good 3D artists for real-time content, right? We have a bit of a different focus in the second year, but we'll get to that in a moment. But in general, if you want to become like one of the best 3D artists for the game industry, this is the place to be. We teach you everything you need to know, from environment art to making super high quality 3D props. If you want to make vehicles for racing games, if you want to make guns for Call of Duty, those kind of things, that's where you should be if you want to make those kind of things. But there's also a much more technical side to that. It's not just 3D art, it's not just texturing, it's not just lighting, it's also a technical side. If you want to know a little bit about scripting in game engines, if you want to know a little bit about optimization in game engines or 3D software, we also teach that in game graphics production. Mainly because it's one thing to be a good 3D artist, but it's another thing to be a good 3D artist with an understanding of scripting languages, with an understanding of optimization, with an understanding of what proceduralism is all about. And if you can combine all those skills, that makes you stand out and that makes you really good in the games industry.
All right, and a question we get a lot of times, like game graphics production and indie game development, what is the big difference? Because it's both games, right?
Yeah, all right. So there's actually a very big fundamental difference, as in independent game production focuses much more on the programming side. They have actual programming. They learn much more about programming in game engines, but they have they're much more a game developer profile. Whereas game graphics production is a little bit lighter on that side. They're going to focus much more on the 3D aspect of things. That being said, one of the main key differences about independent game production is that they also have a business side. In game graphics production, we're all about the visuals for games. We don't worry that much about the monetary side or the business side. That's for your producer to take care of. Whereas in independent game production, they're much more likely to go into that kind of role where they have to make sure that their products can be monetized.
All right, and if I study this, what kind of future jobs could I have?
All right, so there's a big range because you see a lot of things, you see a lot of skills, and one of the main key things is becoming just a 3D artist, like a vehicle artist, prop artist, but also an environment artist that's going to make the pieces of the environment, but also maybe an environment lighter for games. You're going to be a set dresser. It could also be that if you go for the more technical minor in the second year, which we'll get to in a second.
We'll get there.
Yeah. You might become much more of a technical artist. Now, every single major is a technical artist. That's what we strive to be. But much more in the traditional sense of the word, where you'll see much more about procedural techniques, where you see much more about optimization in game engines versus the other minor. That being said, it's, like I said, technical artists, but also visual effects in real time. Which is also a different branch, and it's a very technical branch as well. So real-time effects.
But that's not the same as the visual effects major, right?
It's not. There's a very big difference in the visual effects for the film industry versus real-time effects for games, which is also very technical, and it's much more about using particles inside of a game engine. So it's completely different software, completely different approach, because it needs to be real-time versus a rendered-out image at the end.
All right, and you already mentioned it a bit, but in the second year you then have to choose between minors, like you have assets and environment.
Yeah.
Can you go a bit more in depth, like what are the main differences?
So the first year is shared with all game graphics production students, where you will see the basics, you will learn how to draw, you will learn how to work with 3D software, you will learn a bit of math. That's completely in. That's a cool part as well. We teach our math completely applied. We give you the formulas, we give you ways to approach the math, and then we immediately apply it in Houdini, which is a procedural, which is software that does procedural techniques. If you don't know what that is, basically think about making 3D with mathematical equations. That's kind of how you could think about it. So that's the first year, and then in the second year, you're going to have to make a choice. You either go into the assets minor or you go into the environments minor. There's still an overlap. Not all the courses are different if you choose one or the other. You will always have game asset pipeline, which is really high quality 3D assets like guns or vehicles for games. Every single game graphics production student has that. But if you choose, for example, for the assets minor, you're going to have a much more artistic approach. You're going to see stylus design and creation. You're going to see character design, character creation, which is all about learning to make characters, learning how to stylize objects, learning how to design things for a more stylized approach, but also learning anatomy. So it's a much more artistical approach versus the environments minor, where you will learn to work much deeper with a game engine and level decoration, where you will learn scripting 1 and 2, where you will learn to actually script within a game engine. So that's much more of a technical artist approach to a much more character artist, prop artist approach in the assets minor. So if you want to become one of the best 3D artists, if you want to become a really good character artist, then you will go with the assets minor. If you want to become an environment artist, if you want to be much more technical, if you want to combine scripting with 3D art, if you want to have a much more technical approach to a visual result, then you're going to go for the environments minor.
All right. What kind of students do you want in this major? Like, what kind of people should study this?
All right. There's a common misconception that because game graphics production is quite graphical, everything that we produce are graphics, are images, it looks really cool, but that doesn't mean it's not a very technical course, it's not a very technical module. Because everything we do is grounded in software, so you need to be very comfortable with a computer. Everything we do is also based around math, is based around working with the 3D software that we give you. So what one key difference, one key important factor that sometimes people forget is having a bit of basics in math is very fundamental. If you haven't had math in the last years before studying DAE, it's going to be a bit of a struggle, mainly because there's one part is the math, but also another part is the logical abstract thinking, where you can just, in an abstract way, think about logical things. And then you're going to need that for working also in 3D software. Because there's a common misconception that making things in 3D is often compared to drawing, but that's actually very far from the truth, because drawing is fundamentally very different from making something in 3D. 3D is working with software. It's much closer to working with Excel than drawing, which is working with a single tool on a piece of paper. Or you also have different tools, of course, but the tools are much more easy to conceptualize and understand, but are much harder to practice and learn. Versus if you have something which is software based, you just have thousands of tools, and it's much more about knowing what tool you need for the job. So yeah, that's what I would think is. And
if you would give them potential future students some tips to prepare themselves, what would you say to them? Do this summer to prepare yourself? Or
so there would be 5 things, and they directly correlate to the 5 courses that we have in the first semester. So first of all, we have pre-production. If you want to prepare yourself for that, if you're not that good at drawing, first, before I start, it's very important to understand we start with everything from scratch. That's already been said quite a few times. But that doesn't mean it doesn't help you to have some knowledge, pre-existing knowledge. Because if you already know a bit of drawing, if you know a bit of 3D, that's less time that you need to put into learning that, and that's more time you can put in other courses that you might not be as good at. So with pre-production, it's not that hard. You draw every day for 20 minutes, just what you see. Just put yourself somewhere interesting and draw what you see. What can help you is understanding things like 1 point and 2 point perspective, understanding things like line weight, how that can help you out to make an interesting image. Second of that, we have 3D. You can download Blender for free and mess around with it. There's thousands of tutorials online if you want to get an introduction to how to work with that software.
We do teach in Maya though. So
yeah, that's very true.
We do not teach in Blender.
Yeah, we teach in Maya. That's very important. But Maya is not free if you're not a student. That's why I said Blender. But if you have access to Maya, great. I suggest you use that instead. Then we have programming for artists. We use processing, and there's also a couple of tutorials on YouTube on how to get started with that. If you just want to get a feeling of what processing is all about, you can just take a look at those tutorials, get set up with it, get comfortable with it, learn things like what's a variable, how can I get something on my screen with just pure programming. That's also always interesting.
All right. Somebody in the chat asks, how hard does the math get for game graphics production?
So
is it the part people tend to fail at or struggle with?
It used to be, but since we moved to something that's much more applied, it has gotten much better because it's much more part of the whole versus much more like it used to be a bit more like a separate module where you just have your math, but now it's much more part of the 3D that we give. So things that we see are like trigonometry, like sine waves, cosine waves. Yeah, that's how you say it. And you have vectors are really important, and basic physics, like for example a ball falling to the ground and bouncing a few times, some simple gravity, those kind of things. So if you look into that, you already have a basic understanding of what a unit circle is about. That's going to definitely help you out.
All right, then another question, because we're going to have to round off. Is this the best major for 2D, 3D art and character design, making model sheets and stuff?
Yes, it depends, because it's a very good major for that, definitely. If you want to apply that to games, if you want to apply that to more film-based projects, 3D animation is also really great for that, because they also have a lot of drawing, a lot of character-related stuff.
All right, and then somebody else asks, how much programming is involved in the environment creation? I personally like programming, so I could combine them well. That would be great.
Yeah, so we have scripting 1 and 2, so that's 1 out of 5 modules every semester that will be dedicated. If you would consider procedural modeling, sort of, it's not exactly programming, but it's also much more technical. You've got procedural assets, you've got procedural environments. That's also 2 courses, one in the first semester, one in the second semester. So then you also have RFX and rigging, real-time effects and rigging for games. Those 2 modules are also a little bit more technical. So if you're more technically inclined, you will have a field day. If you're more artistically inclined, you go with the assets minor, and you're also going to have a great time.
But it's for both people?
Yes, it's for people who want to make sure they have a visual result that runs in a real-time application, and they can choose to go a bit more technical, or they can choose to go a bit more artistic in the second year.
Thank you, Dries.
You're welcome.
If there's still questions for Dries, he will also be online together with other GGP teachers. So you can join us on Discord and the Teams chats. Next up, we have our student panels with Sandra. This is the moment you can ask all your questions to our students, so stay tuned. Maybe prepare your questions already. All right, see you again after that.
louder. Shit.
Hello everyone. I hope you can all hear me well, and welcome to our live stream. I'm Sandra and I'm part of the DAE Global Community team, and today, together with our students, we're going to have a small chat. So first, I would like to thank them all for joining us and being able to answer all your questions, and now I would like them to introduce themselves.
I'm Quentin. I'm from Belgium and I'm a second-year game dev.
Hi, I'm Celtic. I'm also from Belgium and I'm a last-year game graphics student.
I'm Joran, also from Belgium, and I'm a GGP second year.
I'm Hannes. I'm also from Belgium, and I'm a first year in IGP.
I'm Sarah. I'm from Belgium, and I'm a third-year game dev student.
Hi, I'm Zara. I'm Belgium, and I'm a second-year VFX student.
Thank you guys for that. Also, thank you again for joining us. So how this will work is I have a few questions prepared, but anytime you have a questions, just post it in the chat and we will switch to those. So to start, Quentin, I would like to ask you, how does a day how does a day look like for a DAE student?
Well, on a normal day, usually you have like half a day of class, either in the morning or the afternoon. And most people then, when they don't have class, they stay at school to work because it's a good working environment. And then depending on what day of the week it is, there's other activities you can do at school, like on Monday and Wednesday there's a workout, on Tuesday there's Zumba, and on Thursday there's a study night. So there's enough to do on a day.
Okay, so I see one question is regarding measures with COVID-19. This can be answered in the chats of all the majors and general questions on Discord and Teams, so maybe I will refer that and leave it more for student questions here. So Celtic, how important is having the community support at DAE?
Well, basically the community is the entire school, in my opinion. If you need help with anything or just in general, you can just ask anybody. And if you don't do that, you're not part of the community, and I won't say succeed less, but you'll feel it, because help from other people will really push you towards that drive of becoming better, and seeing other people's work and just hanging around, talking and improving yourself is a really big part of this school as well. So if you're not part of the community, you're missing out.
Okay, thank you. Joran, what is the importance of planning in DAE? Can you tell us more about it?
Well, for me, planning is probably the most essential part of getting things done in DAE, because there are a lot of things you have to do, a lot of things for one course that are a little bit different each time. So having a good planning of what you want to do, when you want to do, and trying to see how long it will take is probably really important, really, in this school.
Thank you. Hannes, is having a healthy lifestyle crucial to obtain your studies at DAE?
It definitely is. It definitely is. It's something that gives you more energy on a day-to-day basis if you keep yourself healthy. You can combine some sports, movement with healthy food and up your productivity a lot. As well, if you don't, you will feel it towards the end and you might not succeed the year. So I think a healthy lifestyle is definitely necessary, especially if you want to have a full course of DAE completed successfully. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, thank you. Are there anything organized by the school for healthy workshops or sports or something that anybody would like to share with us?
There was the weekly. There was the weekly or twice weekly cooking workshops at the student restaurant. I think that was.
Yeah.
Those were Really
we
nice to
also
hear.
have students organizing sports events like Zumba or energy boost workouts on Monday, Wednesday, and Tuesday as well. So there's a lot of things that students can do for free. So it's organized by students, for students, and it's free at campus. And you can join in whenever you would like. There is a question saying, are there any older students at DAE? I am 32. Anybody that would like to answer?
There are. Yep.
Yeah.
Me. I was 27 when I started. I'm 28 now. And I would say being older isn't necessarily a disadvantage. I think if you're older and you suddenly decide to do this, you probably have motivation. And I think if you have motivation, that is something that will get you through this education. And I wouldn't necessarily say it's easy. It will be hard work. But with that motivation, and if you're a little older, you probably already know how to plan your life and stuff like that. So I think it's definitely not a restriction. If you want to do it, just do it. No matter if you're 32, 40, or just 18 coming off school. I think it's all the same for everybody who starts the first year.
Okay, let's go to Zara. And I would like to ask you, what would you suggest to future DAE students? Do you have any tips?
I suggest they start off with good friends. Good friends are a solid foundation in DAE. Those people will help you through those 3 years. Next, a good planning will be everything. Plan everything, even your breaks. And finally, a healthy lifestyle. Eat healthy, not always. You can throw in a McDonald's sometimes. Go outside. Don't cramp up behind that computer when you're done with work. You have plenty of time behind the screen.
Okay, thank you. I see a few more questions from Tom. How do you combine that with work and family? Like, does somebody work simultaneously together with DAE? Or just if you have any tips on how you would do that?
Sometimes I work on the weekends, but that's not always easy because DAE is a lot of work. But I suggest just do it in the time you have free. But
yeah,
For me, it would be very difficult because I had to spend a lot of time on managing my skill set, considering I started from zero on everything, so art and coding and math and everything you learn. But I saved up a big pool of money to invest in myself right now. So I think if you want to work, it's difficult. It will be possible, but you have to find something that allows for different hours. I can't find the word in English right now. Like, you have to find work that's okay with you not showing up 1 week and then maybe putting in some more time the week after, something like that. I think that might work.
There's more questions coming up. So how hard is math at GGP? I don't have math in 4 years. So who would like to answer that? From Celtic, you are a GGP student. I'll leave the floor up to you.
Yeah, so first of all, math isn't my strong suit. Let's just get that out of the way. I had struggles with math. I had to do it twice, which wasn't a problem in the end. I still passed. But I came from 2 hours math in high school. So the jump to 4 hours math was a little difficult for me. But I do believe that if I would have put maybe a little bit more time in math instead of the other courses that I would have been passed in the first year. But it's definitely doable if you put the time in, more time than me in it. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I have questions. How can I train during the holidays? So I'm guessing it's more during the summer holidays. How do you prepare to come to DAE? Do you need special requirements to prepare over summer, or can you just enjoy it and then see what you're getting into?
Well, I think it depends on the major. If you do game development, like looking at how to code, especially I think C++ for game development.
No, they do not like it when you practice C++ on your own. For me personally, I did half a course of Python in the summer holidays, and that prepared me perfectly for game development.
Well, there you have your answer.
Either way, every course starts from zero, and they don't expect you to have prior knowledge. It's just up to you to keep up with the classes and not fall behind.
And if you go for GGP, drawing in perspective, if you can do that, that's really handy.
Yeah.
I would say, like, take a look at your own skill set that you have right now. If you know you're good at art, or if you even have a base in art, if you have a base in programming, whatever you lack for the thing that you want to do, it would always be a good idea to just do something about that, like practice it a little, just having a small head start. For example, the refreshment courses at the start of the year, there is one for math. That's a very good thing to attend. That will perfectly prepare you, for example, for the math course in the major that you have. So, yeah, I think that's a nice thing to do, if you have time, of course, in the holidays.
So there's more questions. How do you manage your time to keep balance between studies and friends? Is it easy?
I think I could take this one. Basically, the way that I do it is I divide my day much like a normal working day. I start early, and I always stop around 5 or 6, and then you still have the entire evening to like hang around with friends, but you still had like an entire productive day where you've worked for school. So it's just like planning, so to put it again. So planning is really important, and if you get that down, then you'll definitely have the time to do all the free time things you want to do. Definitely.
Mentioning that with studying and friends, can somebody tell me more about study night? Maybe one of the crew members of the study night team, what it is about, and Quentin or Sarah?
So study night is a weekly event on Thursday evening, where sometimes we just hang out. Sometimes it's more study focused because we know everyone is busy. We organize workshops to help people out. We do feedback sessions and such. But sometimes it's also more fun focused, like right before the holidays, for example, we always do something special. For example, a Halloween themed study night where we do cosplay contests and such, or Nerf gun battles and whatnot. There's always something to do, and it's the best social event we have each week. And if you don't go there, you're actually really missing out on a big part of what the community has to offer.
Anybody want to add something on that, or their personal experience with study nights? No? Okay. Okay, let's see, there was another question. If you have a basis in C#, will picking up C++ be easier? So one of the game developers, either Sarah or Quentin.
I do not have personal experience with this, but from what I heard from people, it does help, as in, the syntax. But there's also a disadvantage because C# is not entirely similar to C++ in how it works. Has a few different concepts, has a few extra concepts, concepts that get redundant, things that you suddenly can't count on anymore in C++. So I guess it kind of balances out, it evens out in disadvantages versus advantages. It's always useful knowing a coding language, and you will still use C# later on in your game dev courses.
Yeah. I see a question, is monitorat still a thing? I'm guessing first years can answer. Hannes? Do you still have monitorats, which is, for the international people, a feedback moment where you can go and ask lecturers for how you did on your assignment and ask for advice, what to improve, and so on? Hannes?
Well, pre-COVID, that was definitely a thing. Every week, there were specific hours planned in the week. Usually, they were planned, at least for my part, they were planned to not interfere with any courses that I had. So there were always times where I was available to go. So they were there. You could go there, ask your questions that you wanted to, ask for feedback if you wanted to. Now with the COVID, everything shifted more to like feedback classes, which you can just ask for feedback, just straight up, and that's, I think, a replacement for the monitorat. How do you say that in English? I don't know.
Mentor hour?
Oh yeah.
Feedback.
Tutoring hour? Feedback session.
Tutoring hour maybe, yeah.
Tutoring. What are the programs that you work on for game graphics? Celtic?
In the first year, you're mostly going to be using 3ds Max and Photoshop as your main programs, and then also processing for your programming course. And then later, you're going to move on with Substance Painter and Substance Designer and Unreal Engine, together with Maya as well, and 3ds Max and Photoshop.
And ZBrush.
And ZBrush.
Yeah. What about Blender?
If you want Blender.
Okay, let me check. So I'm gonna ask a own question. Is it important to follow all the lessons, to go to every class? And can someone tell me more? Do you go to every single class?
I did. Yep. And I think it's very important because every class you go to, for me at least, I've learned something. And having some interaction, especially in these online times, having some interaction with other class members, just finding out how they are doing, or even looking at their things, because like every class that I had usually ended up in like asking some questions and like seeing other people's projects, what they're busy with. And it's very helpful, both on what you receive from the teacher as feedback or just simple skill sets that you learn, as well as like the feedback you get from your other students at the same time, because that's the one point now here online where everybody really was together. So I think it's very important to go to the lessons, because you sort of like each week you get motivated to like keep working on your project without disposing of it and like working on it on the exams. So I think lessons are very important every week. Yeah.
Okay, let's ask another question for Sarah. How much is the workload at DAE, and how many hours do you spend per week working at DAE?
That completely depends how much effort you want to put into DAE and on the year that you are currently in. Me personally, I did the full course over 3 years, so didn't skip anything.
She's going to graduate now. She just
Monday I'll get my grades.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I hope I'm going to graduate. My teachers were being very ominous about it in the Discord, but we'll see.
I think you did fine, but yeah.
But yeah, back to the question. So hours per week, I think in the first year for game development, it's about 40-50 hours. So it's just catching up with the courses, doing your assignments, maybe doing some extra reading after hours, so you can still have plenty of time. Then the second year, everything gets way more intense, and you're measuring things in hours that you are working becomes meaningless. Measuring things in hours that you have free per day becomes slightly more meaningful. You work like 70-ish hours a week, especially in exams. I think during regular weeks, it's probably more like 50. But yeah, it's a lot. It's very intense, but it is worth it because you learn a lot in those 3 years. And in the third year, you go back down to 40 hours a week because it's only grad work. You're only allowed to work 40 hours a week. Same with group work and internship.
Yeah. Thank you. We have more questions. Is math and English not too difficult, or is it better in Dutch? So for people that math and English.
Both.
I've only ever had math in Dutch before, but math in English was. I did the math intro course and it went fine. Just different
You need
names.
to relearn terms, and I mean, math is universal, it stays the same.
Okay, next question. Is it easier to learn Maya when you already know 3ds Max? Any insight?
You can model. I think it's just learning the program. If you know the basics of modeling, it's just an interface switch pretty much. Like learning where the shortcuts are and what the program offers in terms of little things. Yeah, I think it's not that hard.
They're also both from Autodesk, so it's like the same company that owns it. So most of the things are pretty much similar towards each other, or very straightforward on where they would be.
What about the keybinds?
We don't talk about those.
We also don't talk about the crashes.
Yeah, so what is the pressure at the DAE?
Pressure? High?
Accurate.
I don't think you can describe it as anything else than just high, but it's definitely doable. And if you have motivation, it gets easier. But not easy, just easier.
Yeah. So Zara, what would you suggest to future DAE students? Or did I already ask the question?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think you've asked all the questions.
Yeah.
Is there any more questions in chat?
What is your acceptance rate in the industry after schooling in DAE? I'm not sure if you guys know a lot about it, but according to our statistics, we have around 80% of students graduating going to the internship company. So employment rate is around above 95% for after graduating. So it's quite high. Some people decide afterwards to go to further studies like masters, and a few unknown cases, but in general, it's a very high chance if you graduate that you will find a job in the industry.
Yeah, if you have a decent portfolio and a decent LinkedIn, you get drowned in job offers.
Yeah. Okay, do we have any last questions, or would you like to add anything that's from your own personal experience? Maybe somebody can tell me about study visits, going abroad to US, UK, or Canada. Has anybody been here to a study visit, or no? No?
My friend
Okay.
said.
But basically every year we have, during the intermediate week between first and second semester, we organize a study trip. So last year it was in LA, the year before it was in Montreal. And students go visit gaming companies, VFX companies, and basically talk to industry professionals and have a nice trip by visiting a cool place in the States or Canada, but also going into the industry itself. So that's something very nice to experience if you can, as a graduate, or as a third-year senior student, or a second-year student. I'm gonna see if we have one more question, and I think we have to end this session. So. Is the summer course still a thing? So there's no summer course, but there's introductory courses in September. So they will be fully online. So next week there will be a lot of information about it. So I would check the Hoest Instap courses page and read more about it. Okay, so anything else to add? Oh, we have 5 more minutes. Oh, we don't have 5 more minutes. Sorry, technical.
I'm getting really mixed signals here.
I want to thank you again all for joining. It was very nice of you all that you're able to come with us through this journey. And I hope that you're doing well during COVID-19 times, that it's not too bad at the moment regarding circumstances. Hopefully it gets better, but we'll see about that, because we would love to have you back. We miss you all. Our campus is not the same without you. And yeah. So that's it. Thanks again all. I'll see you soon. Bye. Join in our next panel at 1 o'clock with another bunch of great students. Thanks again, and see you next time. Bye.
All right, welcome back. We'll continue our major talks. Next up is independent game production, and with me is Steven Verborg. He is the major coordinator of independent game production. So Steven, independent game production, IGP, like we say, what is it all about? What can we expect from it?
Hi Luna, thank you for having me here, first of all. So I believe the name already gives a bit of a hint, right? If you look at what he said, it's about independent games, which means smaller productions in smaller teams, and it's about game production, which means the entire process. So if you look at it, IGP is what I would call the more general major we have in DAE.
Okay, and if I would compare it to game graphics production, which is the one Dries talked about, like what are the big differences? Because it is quite different, right? What would you say to people who are still in doubting between those two?
Well, there's indeed a very big difference between the two, as you mentioned. If you look at what we're doing in IGP, we're looking at the entire production process and the entire pipeline that is involved with that. If you compare it to GGP, they're looking at a very specific part of that process, which is the art production pipeline. For those people that are looking at the art-wise content of both majors, I would say, if you look at the program, you immediately notice that IGP has, I would say, 6 pure art courses, while the GGP program has a lot more of art courses. Yeah? So there's already a big difference in that. That means in IGP, you'll also get things like development, game design, and programming. Now, if you look at the difference art-wise, I would say that we in IGP will look at what GGP is doing, and we look at the tools that they're using, and we're trying to style it to what is actually the essentials of what you need to know for the art pipeline. Yeah? So that means if they're using tools like ZBrush, we make a decision in the context of, will this allow us to create assets better and faster? Yeah? If we look at tools like they're using, for example, Houdini, which are also very advanced tools, we can actually say this is a tool that we want to have in our pipeline because it will allow us to actually make assets faster also. So the difference is we're styling it to the essentials, but we're looking at the tools that allow us to create assets for our game in a better and faster way in a shorter time.
All right, so what kind of students are you looking for? Like, who is this for?
Well, I would say the kind of student that we're looking for is the open, creative student that has the idea that wants to create his entire game. So the kind of guy that has or girl that has an idea and that wants to know, how do I take this idea from a concept towards something that is completed. That also wants to have a team around him and that wants to guide that team and into a process where he can actually make his vision come true. So you need technical skills to do the programming and understand the program. You need some of the art skills to understand what looks good and what works for a game. You need to be interested in seeing if your project is actually something that will make you money, because we want to have people that are doing this as a job. So that would be my ideal student.
All right. So, well, talking about those jobs, what kind of jobs come people in? Like, are there a lot of people who actually start their own company, or do they just end up in big companies?
Yeah, that's a very good question, of course. If you make the promise in helping people to get their own studio, you have to make it true. So we had 2 years already graduating from IGP, and for now, at least, we actually succeeded in launching 2 companies. So I would say yes. On the other hand, not everybody that's going to do IGP is going to want to start his own company. So the focus is also on students that want to join existing companies here in Belgium or abroad as a game developer, an independent game producer, an indie game developer, and that takes some initiative in those companies to help them transform maybe what they're doing now in another way towards the new 3D as a world. And if we look at what's happening now in Belgium, we notice that the skills that we're teaching them are actually in high demand for, instead of having visuals on your website, they're moving towards interactive 2D demonstrations of the products that they're selling and so on. Yeah, sorry.
No,
I think.
Go. There's somebody asking what kind of 3D modeling software we use. Is it Blender or Maya?
So that's a very good question. So the first thing I would say is in the first year we actually start together with the GDP students. So you'll learn the basic skills in Maya. Those skills will teach you how do I model in 3D, what is the workflow that you're using, unwrapping them, texturing them, rigging them, and so on. In the second year, actually, we allow them to use whatever program they want. We understand that once you have the basic skills, it's up to you to pick the program that you actually prefer. So, and I kind of was expecting the question on Blender because a lot of my students are indeed moving towards Blender. And I'm happy to say that actually Blender is getting more and more attention also within the bigger studios.
That's true. A lot of them are learning it by themselves,
yeah.
but we teach them the basics. So, how can I prepare for this? So, if I'm a future potential student, like, what should I do this summer to get ready?
Yeah, so this is a question you already told me that you were going to ask. I think it's in normal situations, I would say, go out and make games. So I want students that are making games, and I would say the biggest preparation you do is make those games. Start with your ideas, make small, very small games, make them smaller. Why? Because we're teaching you programming, and most of the people that look at programming as something like it's not really art-wise or creative. But once you start applying your programming skills and your art skills in those game skills, you start developing a kind of attitude that learns you how to solve these kind of problems. So that's the answer that I would say in normal situations. Most people expect me to tell them to do some math and start drawing and those kind of things. I think there will be people that already have that advantage. I think in the next 2 months, you're not going to run up to those people and actually get to their level. I would actually say, if I look at my students that I had the last few years, I would say, take these 2 months, put your life together, get used to the new rhythm that Corona has brought, find your social support back, because you will need them when things get harder, so you can actually get through those moments.
So, if I've never done programming in my life before, is that a problem, or can I just start in IGP?
No. We'll actually start from the beginning. I would say, in IGP, the program is just a part of it, and it's applied for you to making your games. So we'll make sure that you get those basic skills. If you look at it, it starts just as we do for 3D. We start with the basics. What is a programming language? We learn what the tool is in which you'll be programming, and then we start using the tools to make those games. I think it's more important that you have a good attitude that pulls you through the times that it gets harder or gets more difficult. And that you show us that you're actually prepared to work those hours and put in the hours. Programming, like a lot of the skills that we're teaching, is something that you learn by doing and that you have to put time in. And it's especially a matter of time that you will put in during those first 2 years.
All right, an interesting question from the chat. Will there be game jams in DAE this year during the pandemic?
Well, yeah. I would say I haven't organized one this year. But my students have organized, I think, 2. You actually know it better than me.
I was a jury in one of them.
Yeah, there you go.
We did an online game jam during the lockdown. I think it was in the first month. And actually, a lot of the IGP students participate in that, in all of them, basically.
Yeah, now
and they keep winning, so...
Yeah, and Stain is also guiding them towards the IGDF awards now, so...
I think we will do some more of that. That's
you'll definitely be making games inside or outside game jams.
Even the first years participate in that. So even if you're only just started, just go for it. It's fun.
I think that's one of the cool things that's happening in IGP. The third year and the second year and then the first year, they're all working together and they're pulling each out of the situation.
We're also going to try to get you guys together. Because with this pandemic, of course, it's not that easy. Because we can't just be on campus, we have to take precautions. Somebody else asks what language is used in IGP, C++ or anything else. Somebody already kind of answered, but...
So if you ask C++ or anything else, I assume that the person that's asking the question already has a preference. And then I have to say, no, we're not using C++. So the GD students indeed get C++. We choose C#. And the reason why we chose C# and Unity is if we look around at the engine that's most used in the Belgium companies, it's Unity, which comes with C#. And the second reason is also C# hides some of the more difficult things from C++. And that's also why the game devs are spending so much time on learning C++. And we're only pushing you towards one basic course of C# and then immediately start making those games. It allows us to be more agile and more quick and focus on teaching you also things like the game design and the art and so on.
So a lot of Unity.
A lot of Unity and a lot of C#. I have to say also in the second year and the first year game design, we have an open approach. You can pick whichever game engine you want. Game design, we're actually demonstrating everything in Unreal also. And there's also a bit of Python in the second year when it comes to doing the analytics on your game and so on. So
all right. I forgot my question. Oh yeah. So next up we have the game development. But what if, like, I'm a student and I'm not sure, game development or independent game production? What would you say to those people? Like, how would you support their choice?
Yeah, so that's a question I've been asked a lot already.
Yeah, I know.
So I think I have mastered the answer on that question too. I would say the difference between an IGP and a GD student is how they look at the game. I would say a GD student looks to the game from the bottom. So that means that kind of student looks at the hardware, it looks at the technology, it looks at the game engine, it looks at the 3D stack, and then he sees or she sees the game and the gameplay on top. Yeah. So, but they start with the technical things. I would say an IGP student looks from the top of it. He looks at the gameplay and the game engine, and he uses those to create a product. And then there are some things below it, for example, shaders and more technical things that he learns to apply in the context of that gameplay. So it's a very different perspective that they have on the two things. I would say in the end also, an IGP student is somebody that should focus on the end product, on what he is making, what he's delivering in the end, while a GD student will be looking more at the technical components that are going to put together to make the game in the end. So I think that's the biggest difference between the two.
All right. Yeah, I saw somebody just ask that in the chat. I hope we kind of answered your question, Matthias. And otherwise, we will ask the next person again. Thank you, Steven, for
thank you, Luna.
answering my questions. And I'll see you again in the afternoon. Steven is also online in all the chats, so if you have more questions...
My colleagues are online. I'm doing tours today.
Oh, he's doing tours. Okay, the colleagues are online, so there's still teachers who teach in IGP that are online, and they can help you out with all your questions.
Yeah, so you'll find one of the development teachers and one of the art teachers there who will help you out.
Perfect. So links are in the description. Thank you, Steven.
Thank you, Luna.
And we'll see you again.
Bye.
All right, next up we have our game development major, and with me is Alex van den Abele, who is the major coordinator
Hi,
of
hi.
that one. Hello,
Hello.
Alex. So game development, what will I learn when I study game development?
What will you learn when you study game development? To become a game developer. That's the easy answer, of course, because our major is called game development. But we are called the programmers, so to speak, in DAE. So you become the person that is at the heart of a game. At the heart of the game development, you'll be the programmer that makes it all tick. You make it move. You make the animations happen. All the events that need to happen at a certain point. Down to programming the engine itself. Maybe it depends a little bit on what role you have as a game developer. It's very diverse what you can be. It can be either low-level stuff. It can be high-level stuff, gameplay-wise or something. It's very diverse. So game development is very broad actually, but always a developer role, always a programmer type of role.
Always behind the scenes.
Yeah, most of the time we're behind the scenes, that's true. But we should take pride in what we create, because without us, it wouldn't be possible.
That is very true. So who is this major for? What kind of students are you looking for?
Technical profiles, of course. We are not artists. So per se, we look for students that want to be game developers with an interest in programming and the technical stuff of it. We do have art in our curriculum, but that's more to enrich you as a game developer, to be more versatile in game development, rather than to be an all-round game artist, game developer or something. You're more a technical person. So people with interest in programming and in games, right? That's what we're looking for.
All right, you said the big word art, but it's not like art oriented at all, right?
No, it's not. That's why I'm saying we are the programmers within DAE. But our students tend to dislike the art courses in game development, and I always say that they're wrong, because if we wouldn't have those art courses are what make our students unique in the industry, right? If we wouldn't have those courses in our curriculum, you can just take any programming curriculum and have a master in computer science or something, and you'll be a programmer possibly in a game company, right? But the art courses for us in game development give us that extra edge as a game developer. We learn to profoundly understand the creational process that an artist goes through to create 3D assets and 2D assets. We learn what it is to create a rig, to how to skin a body. PBR, how do you set up a material in an engine to create PBR materials? We also learn the technical programming of PBR and how the shaders work, but we also see the part where you have to create these assets. And that's important because our students are able to create tools for artists where they can create their art with. And how better can you do that if you understand that process of creating art?
All right.
So it's a very important part of our curriculum.
So that kind of also answers a bit of my next question. Why game development in DAE and not toegepaste informatica or any other computer ICT?
Yeah, it's part of that question indeed is the art. That's for sure. So that gives you an edge. On the other hand, it's also the kind of programming courses that we see in game development. You have we teach C++, which is also not often done in other programming curriculums. That's one thing, but on the other hand, we also see very game-specific programming courses, like the graphics programming courses that we have, gameplay programming, tool development. Those are all courses that you won't typically see in a general informatics curriculum. So that gives you an extra edge, right? It's a little bit more tailored to specifically game development.
All right. Do I need previous programming knowledge before I start this?
That's a good question. We tend to say no, which is true. We start from the bottom, so we start with what are variables and for loops and whatnot. So we start at the very beginning in C++ and the still de facto language of game development. What was the question again? I lost my train of thought.
That if I need previous knowledge.
Previous knowledge, yeah. So if you have any previous knowledge in other languages than C++, C#, or Java, or whatever, if you saw that in secondary school, that's perfectly fine. I mean, it will give you a little bit of extra. You will know for loops, you will know functions, you will know classes, right? But it's not in C++. C++ is a way more complex language. And so we'd start from the bottom anyway, right? So if you have prior knowledge, it's a bonus, it's a plus. It will make it a little bit easier for you in the first semester, but starting from the second semester, you'll be going along with all your other students. So.
All right. Somebody is asking if there's a way to get taught game development like coding in GGP, because he wants to combine those two if possible.
So in GGP, it's processing, I think they use to teach programming. Is there a way to combine that?
I think if you make your own individual trajectory, then maybe, but...
Would that be possible to have indeed an IoT program where you mix the problem is what kind of diploma would you get? I don't know. I don't think it's really possible to mix it a lot.
Okay,
yeah.
He wants to follow GGP for the art, but he also wants to do coding, and he finds programming for artists a bit too easy.
Yeah. I can understand.
Well, what some students do is they finish one and then do
and
another
then take,
one.
Yeah, voilà, that's what happens most often.
Courses.
Yeah, that happens most often. I actually have Senna Howes is a student that graduated last year and is now taking GGP courses, but without getting an extra diploma then. So he just follows a bit of our courses on graphics and takes that because I think he's still professionally already employed. So it just follows those courses along. Yeah. But that's definitely an option. That's actually the best option to take.
All right, and the same question I kind of asked Steven as well. So IGP, independent game production, game development, what are the big differences? Because that might be a solution for people who want to combine art and...
Yeah, it might be. So indeed, IGP is a mix of programming and art, while we focus more on the programming. I think we have 50% is programming and like 25% is art, while in IGP is more 50-50. The difference between IGP and GD is a bit like my colleague said a few minutes ago, is the focus that we get, right? We are more programming the game's technology, right? The goal for me, for the students, is that they can end up in a AAA company working on the game engine, right? Not only the gameplay, that's also an option, of course, and people can be gameplay programmers. We have, of course, gameplay programming. But they should be versatile in all aspects of the programming team of a game development and in AAA context. While IGP is, of course, a little bit more indie and has a balance between the two of art and programming, and because of that, like my colleague said, it's more from the top on game development. You're more a designer that wants to create a game, while we are technicians that make it happen, make the vision of artists and game designers happen. We are at the core of the game. We're not the designers, we're not the artists, but we get the input from them and we make it happen.
Right. What would you recommend to future students? Like, how can they prepare themselves this summer before they start?
Yeah, tough question actually, because we teach C++, and we tend to say to students, don't teach yourself C++, because there are a lot of resources on the internet that teach C++, but yeah, C++ has seen a tremendous change over the last few years. So it's hard to say, am I now teaching myself C++ 98 or C++ 11 or C++ 17 or whatever, right? A. B, approaching game development as in C++, it's a little bit different approach than general software development. So you need to make the distinction between general software development and game development, and that's hard to do on your own. I mean, how would you know that distinction, right? So we try to say, do not start on C++ yet. We'll do that. What I can recommend, what I can recommend, is take up a tutorial from Unreal or Unity and start creating a game, because what we want you guys to become is game developers, right? And what do game developers do? They create games. So the best way to prepare for game development is start creating games. Right now, this summer, go to itch.io, take a game jam and participate. And it doesn't really matter if you know any game engine, it doesn't matter at all. Just take up a tutorial and participate in the game jam, and whatever the outcome, it will be something fun. And you will learn from it. And that's the best way you can
because the engines are also free, available online.
Most of the, well, there are lots of free engines indeed. Unreal and Unity both are free by now, and lots of others are also. Godot is also a good one I can recommend to Game Maker. It doesn't matter. Take whatever engine. For game development, we don't focus on any engine. I want any game developer to be able to work with any engine, right? So I have no preferences. You need to be bitten by the virus to want to create games, right? And
game virus.
The game virus, yeah, not the corona one. No, the game virus. You want this. It's really something that drives you in be wanting to do this. And so try it out before you start game development, maybe. Start creating games, see if it's fun, and if you like it, well, come over and we can help to become a better game developer.
All right. So yeah, somebody asked again. So I shouldn't learn C++ by myself.
Wait with it. We have 2 months. Wait 2 months, and then we can start, right? And start creating games instead, right? Go to itch.io. Choose a game jam there, or any other game jam that you can find online, and participate in the game jam. And take whatever engine. I don't care. It can be a C++ engine. If you want, by all means, go ahead. But pass via a tutorial or something and create games. That's what we do in game development. We create games. And so start doing it, and that's the best preparation you can have.
All right. So there's also a lot of math involved. Well, a lot.
Well, we are the curriculum with the most math, right? With the most heavy on math, but with good reason. I mean, everything that happens in a game on your screen is a result of math, right? 3D, it's all about vectors, matrices, quaternions, inverse kinematics, physics, lighting physics. It's all math, right? So you need to understand these concepts, because we are the programmers that create the software that calculates that math, right? And you cannot write software that uses math if you do not understand the math, right? So we're a little bit heavy on the math. On the other hand, it's also not rocket science. I mean, we teach math that you need for game development, and we restrict ourselves to that. So we won't go into any statistics. We could do that because it's interesting and needed for some purposes, but that would be too broad. We really look at the 3D aspect and the physics aspect that's being used in games, and we teach that specific math.
All right, thank you, Alex, for your answers.
Yes.
And we'll see you again later today.
Yes.
There's also teachers online. I think the Discord channel is very active. There's students there as well.
Yeah. We have actually a very, very cool Discord chat going on with me, myself, and my colleagues. And we have, I think, about 3 or 4 students that also are joining the discussion. It's just like last time, actually a very fun conversation.
Right.
So join our conversation and ask more. We can help you. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Luna. Yeah.
All right, the last one of this morning, sound design, is our brand new major, and with me, our brand new major coordinator, Alexander de Weppe. So Alexander, this sound design major is brand new. How did this came to be? Like, where does it come from, and what is it about?
Well, hi Luna, thanks for
Hi.
having me. I'm glad to be here. Where did it come from? Well, we, as you know, DAE started over a decade ago with a limited amount of students. One program. Ever since it started, it was a success. It evolved fairly rapidly. It turned into a 4 major curriculum with over 1,200 students. It has been thriving on excellence and diversification, and this is just one of the, together with the brand new animation trajectory, it's just one of the diversification things that came to be. Basically, there was demand for a sound design curriculum, and there was like this perfect storm of people being available to have a small but really well-trained staff, and we had basically questions to start with the sound design curriculum in the DAE school from 3 separate people demanding for it. One was staff, basically Rick was complaining year after year about the audio quality of the game projects and the group projects, because even though visually stunning, most of the time they had this license-free music put underneath it, which actually took away from the visual quality of it. So staff was demanding for it. Industry is basically looking for really well-rounded programming profiles that know how to handle audio, who are not composers but are technical artists. And then third of all, in 2017, I think we started doing audio workshops with some of the students here, and these quickly came into quite some demand. So we basically decided, like, if there is demand for some workshops, maybe we can evolve into a minor. We did the minor program this year, and it really quickly became clear that we can do more with this. So a sound design major was the next logical step.
All right. Well, first something big to get out of the way. Do I need to be a musician for this?
Well, that's the elephant in the room. You don't have to be. No. Basically, if you're just passionate about music, that should suffice. You don't need to have any musical training per se. You don't need to be a musician, even though I will gladly admit that it helps if you are. But we cover, in terms of music theory and music practice, we cover the basics, and you take that as far as you want to take it. But the fact of the matter is that we are really trying to develop some of the technical art profile, not the artistic profile or the artistic proclivities of our students per se. If they want to do that on their own time, that's peachy fine, and actually we applaud that. But we want to hone the technical skills of knowing how to program sound, how to implement sound into a game, and how to handle sound with an audiovisual production.
Because it's part of the game development. Well, it has a lot of overlapping courses with game development, right?
Precisely. That's mainly the reason why we chose to put it underneath the game development trajectory. It has, apart from 8 courses, it is exactly a replica, or it has the same overlay. Why is that? Because if you are contacted as a musician for doing sound scoring on a game or an audiovisual production, your technical skills will generally only take you so far, and there is a huge barrier of communicating with the people working on the game development. We want to overcome that. If people want a composer, they will go to some other art schools who are way better at training artists in that respect. But knowing how to communicate with the people working on development, the programmers, knowing how to implement your own projects into WISE, and making a delivery so that the programmers can actually work with it, this is the profile we are investing in with the sound design curriculum.
All right. So who is this for? Like, what kind of students are you looking for? Because it is technical, it is also a bit creative.
We want people who are passionate about audio but want to look into another aspect of audio. I mean, one thing is to be a musician, one thing is to really wanting to be working on games and creating kick-ass audio in a game. There's this trope that if you only notice the audio design in a game if it's bad. So we want to prevent that. We want to have people who really know how to work on their ambience, who understand their sound effects, how these are complete constructs of audio. Music, we don't focus on that much, because generally a composer in any larger game production, you will search for an external composer, but that composer will probably give you a Sibelius project, or will give you a score, and then you deal with it and you make sure that it gets. It's basically that point of the translation that we're investing in. It's people who understand how to make good Foley and make it work with the game. Audio will always have a bit of a subservient role in a game production, even though I noticed that the larger game studios are investing heavily nowadays into audio, or more than they used to. Yes. And if I look at the recent developments in Unity and in Unreal, there's a lot of focus going into the audio of late. So maybe we came up with this program at exactly the right time, because I feel that is where the wind is blowing in the industry as well.
All right, perfect. Well, continuing on that, what will my future hold if I graduate as a sound design major student?
Well, we don't have to be coy about that. There's not as many profiles as there are visual profiles. But if I look at what is coming out in terms of like Games Job Direct, most of the questions there are asking for, if there are audio profiles, they are asking for technical audio profiles. They're asking for people who are proficient in implementing audio either in Unity or in Unreal, or have a substantial knowledge of middleware like Fmod or Wise. So, and that is precisely what we are putting the emphasis of our curriculum on. So the jobs, there's not plenty to go around, but we are preparing as well as we can for the students who go through our program, so that they have the best possible opportunities to make it on the job market.
So it's purely games oriented, so no film sounds and stuff.
There's other schools who invest more heavily in that. Actually, the way we have constructed the program now is that in the first year you basically get 80% of your courses coincide with the program of game development, so that you have a good sturdy understanding and a good basis for understanding how game development works. There's only 2 courses in that first year that are actually audio related, and in the first year we try to work as much as possible on linear audio productions, so audio visual movies, films. We basically have our students work on VFX movies that were made in-house, and they fill in all the blanks of the audio track, which we have segmented into different parts of the audio track that need to be filled in. First year is audio visual and linear. Second year is non-linear, and we move into the games territory, because actually in terms of sonic construct, that is way more difficult, and then the whole curriculum shifts a bit. Only 2 courses of audio in the first year. Second year, 6 out of the 10 courses are audio specific.
All right. And how can I prepare myself if I want to go study sound design?
Well, I recommend that you go onto the onto the website, and there is a page there that basically asks for DAE General, how can I prepare? That is on programming courses, predominantly on math courses. I recommend you prepare on that and make sure that you are passionate about audio. The audio, we start from an absolute beginner level. So basically, we take you through the ropes of acoustics, psychoacoustics, sonology. That is all being taught within the curriculum. If you just like game audio, if you like film audio, that should be sufficient. The things where you really need to prepare for, I would say, are more on the programming courses and the AMP courses, Applied Math and Physics, because those will probably be the ones that you, if you run into difficulties, it will probably be those and not the audio courses per se.
All right. There's one question from the viewers. What software will you be using, and are students allowed to use their own? I have no idea what that word is. Maybe it says something to you.
Yes, it most certainly does. So what software will we be using? In terms of the DAW that we use, the digital audio workstation, okay. The DAW that we use is Nuendo. Why have we chosen to use Nuendo, Steinberg Nuendo? It's because it communicates the best with the middleware of our choice, and middleware of our choice that we implement most heavily is Audiokinetic Wise. Audiokinetic Wise is used to basically get the DAW is used to create our sounds. They are then put into container files that are directly triggerable out of whatever game engine that we are using, be it Unreal or Unity. So that is what we use in terms of software. Some of the developments or some of the exercise that we will do, we will use the audio modules of Unity and Unreal directly, but generally the workflow is make the sounds in Steinberg Nuendo, and then put everything readily available into Wise.
All right, thank you, Alexander. We will see you again later this day. If you still have questions about audio design, Alexander and his co-workers are also online for questions in the Discord and Teams chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you later.
Cheers. Bye.
Hi all, welcome back to the student panel session. So my name is Sandra and I'm part of the DAE Global Community team. And today with our very awesome students, we're going to ask them some questions, and you can ask your questions in the chat and we will have them answer them for you. So to start, I first would like to thank them. Thank you all. You're amazing for doing this with us today, and you can now introduce yourselves.
Okay, hello, I'm Nakisa, I'm from Germany, and I'm a second-year game development student.
Joe, I'm from Vietnam, and I'm a third-year game graphics.
My name is Vitaly, I'm Russian, and I have just finished the first year of game development.
Hi, I'm Elle. I'm born in Belgium, and I am a second-year VFX student.
Hi, I'm Milan. I'm a third-year GGP student.
Hi, I'm Steph. I'm from Belgium, and I'm a first-year IGP student, independent game production.
Thank you, and let's start a bit with a few questions. So, Nakisa, the first question is for you. How does a day look like for a DAE student? Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, so it always varies a little bit from day to day, but you will have some hours of courses most of the days. Usually you will find yourself having more time free in the afternoon than not, but you will probably spend a lot of that time working on your assignments, but also looking into taking care of yourself, living your life, since you're probably going to live on your own. And yeah, also DAE offers with students together a lot of activities that you can do during the day as well.
Thank you. Chao, this is an important question for you as an international student, but also in general. How important was the community support for you at DAE?
I think I wouldn't be able to finish DAE without the community. Like first and foremost, it's provide a student like the needed mental or logistical support, especially in time when you feel down or you feel really demotivated. Beside that, the community also helps a lot when you encounter problems in your assignment. Friends and other, like the people who are like in older year than you, they can provide a fresh perspective on the problems you're encountering and then you're stuck with. And for me especially, this is for international, the community will essentially become a loving and welcoming second family here in Kortrijk that can ease your homesickness.
Thank you, Chao. Vitaly, what is the importance of planning in DAE?
I cannot explain how much it is important to plan forwards, to plan at once. The point is, in DAE, you work not on one project, but on several, like many projects at the same time. And it's crucial, it's super important to know where are your milestones, when do you want to reach what. And one of the biggest problems that students encounter at the very beginning when they just got their assignments, they either don't know what to do, or they have such big plans that they feel that they're like humongous and they're gonna make something super cool. In both situations, you need a very strict analysis, maybe not only from yourself, but from the teachers, from your students. You gotta think ahead, and you might as well cut a lot of features from your ideas, but just trust me, you gotta think ahead and think in advance. You gotta know what you're gonna do in a time.
Thank you, Vitaly. We have a question from one person. Do you master all kinds of element simulation in the VFX course, like fire, energy, water, smoke? Do you learn how to do that with 3ds Max or Cinema 4D? Elle, can you elaborate more?
Yeah, I'm not in the VFX, what is it called, the actual minor, but I know that they use Houdini for most simulations, and most of the time it depends on the project that you're going to make. If you need fire for your project, then you're going to learn how to make fire. But most of it is, finding out what specifically you need, what kind of simulations you need, and then either asking your teacher, and they'll usually do like a separate class on whatever you need.
Thank you. We have a few more. My son, 18 years old, wants to start the DAE Game Development Education course. He is a real gamer addict, doesn't like programming really, doesn't like school, isn't even eager to follow this online open door day. So, Vitaly?
Yeah, I would like to answer this question. During the Corona situation, during the whole year itself, I've been seeing a lot of good real gamers, but not game developers. Such people should think twice in advance, right? They have to think twice if they want to start this, because game development includes a lot of, working with your head, actually. It's not for lazy people, definitely. It requires a lot of brain work. So yeah, I would think twice or even thrice before I apply for game development.
The person also adds he's not a sketch artist and not a creative person. I'm worried he's only looking at the game part and not the math programming part. Any suggestion how to prepare him a little more for what's coming besides of the course that are scheduled in the beginning of September? So anybody has any input?
Do Milan want to answer this, or else I can answer it also?
Oh, you can answer it.
I think for GGP, I think she is asking for a game graphic course, and you don't need to be an artistic person to be a game artist, because there's a lot of technical side to it that you have to work with, and I don't think that you need to be really worried about the part that he don't care about the game creation aspect of it yet, because for me, I didn't have that necessary before I joined in DAE also, but because from the stuff that I learned from all the lessons, and I know the hard work behind creating these games. Now that every time I play game, I only see the creation part of it. I cannot enjoy games anymore. All I see is normal map and procedural way to build a level.
So true.
So I think just keep his mind open and don't get addicted to game, because you wouldn't have time for gaming when you actually study.
As somebody who has spent...
So in conclusion, just because you like games doesn't mean it's the same experience that you would get at DAE. It's a different workflow of making games than playing games.
Yeah, not at all. I mean,
Indeed.
There's a reason why there's a lot of people like game and not a lot of people make games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I don't see other questions, so I'm just going to continue. And Elle, this is a question for you. Is having a healthy lifestyle crucial to obtain your studies at DAE?
I think it is crucial, but I think we need to think about what health means exactly, and it's more than just physical health. Like DAE has a lot of great resources for, they have sports, they have Zumba, they have yoga, they have cooking classes, but it's also more than that, mental health. I see a lot of people really isolating themselves and trying to work alone in their dorms, and I feel like often that just doesn't work. The people that I see succeed at DAE are really the ones that, study at school with their friends, go see a movie or whatever, go swimming with their friends, the ones that take care of themselves and more than just, I'm going to exercise and I'm going to eat healthy.
Thank you. This one is for Milan. How much is the workload at DAE? How many hours do you actually spend per week working for DAE?
Many.
Yeah.
Actually, for DAE on assignments is only part of it, right? So I might spend 70, 80 hours actually on assignments every week. But then besides that, I want to understand exactly what I'm doing. So I do research, I work on my portfolio for many, many, many more hours than that. And that research does also speed up how much time you need to spend on your assignments. So, yeah. It's a balance, usually between 80 and 120 hours a week.
What about the rest of you? How much do you work at DAE per week?
Me now is different because we're working on internship and we just have like a 9 to 5.
That's true, Chao. You graduated now.
Congratulations
on graduating DAE. And thank you for doing this. Thank you all again for doing this.
Thank you for having us. It was such a great time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Best 3 year of my life. But back then, normal. Because I think for Milan, he more technical side and he have a lot more researching to do. And for me, I am more of the artistic side of it. And I would say for DAE only, I spend around 60-50 on normal study weeks. And that is include the school lesson also, like you go into classes and stuff. But yeah, like in exam period, depends on how far you want to push your projects. It can easily go up to 120 sometimes, but that is not recommended.
Yeah. Thank
you. I think I'd like to add on to that. If like people watching think that's this daunting to work that much weekly, it's also possible to take less courses. That's what I did because I felt like it would be too much to take 5 courses in one semester.
Yeah.
So that's also an option.
Yeah, I did that too.
Fair enough.
Coach and they will help you with it.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
also when you enjoy what you're doing, it doesn't feel like you have to work that hard. Like time just flies.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, oh the day is gone.
Yeah. So I don't see more questions in the chat, so I'm gonna follow with our questions. So it's for Steph. It's is it important to follow all the lessons at DAE? Do you go to every class?
Well, I don't think I went to every class, but I would recommend to try to go as much as possible. Like it's not like you're gonna actually get in trouble if you don't go, but you're really better off going. Like there's always something to learn.
In what kind of trouble are you going to get into?
Well, I mean, like you're not gonna get in trouble with your teacher, or you're probably still gonna be able to master the material if you spend time on it later. But you're better off just for your own sake, just keeping your schedule. And this also kind of ties in with the community aspect of it, like seeing your classmates and just being involved with the school is just better overall. I think especially in DAE, it's important to try to really be a part of it.
Yeah, Vitaly?
Yeah, I have one little piece to add actually, because as I joined the first year, the point is that I had some higher education before that. I was studying at Bauman Moscow State University, and I actually knew almost all the stuff that they gave us. Well, exception is that I was working not with C++, but with Python, but well, so I got some experience, right? And the point is that every single lesson that I have visited was actually interesting and not boring, even if I knew the stuff already. There's one more situation that's happened in the second semester, in the second half of the year, right? In math, there were 2 topics, dynamics and kinematics. A lot of European students just left after some time during these lessons because they already knew it. They already knew the European system for this. But I, as a Russian student, I want to know if there's like any difference. There appeared to be not that much of a difference, but I enjoy it anyway. So yeah, I would recommend to visit every single lesson, yeah.
So one question is, how do we cope with potential burnout and take care of our mental health? So does anybody know they experienced a bit of troubles and how anybody helped them?
Yeah, I think I can answer that question. I think it's very important to, again, like try to make friends within DAE and find like a support around you. If you don't have friends, especially in the beginning, it can be a little bit hard. But then the school is also there to provide mental health support. But I think the most crucial part, and again, this really all ties in together with the community aspect and everything. It's really important to start to get to know people, even if you're maybe not that social. It's just something that you should do, or else I think DAE is going to be much harder for you.
Also, to add to that myself, like there is a study counseling team that we have. Also, you can always reach out to all the lecturers or anyone for help. We have a study night team of students, so if you feel more comfortable to talking to a student, you can reach out and they will guide you to the right person that you have to talk to. And also talking about study nights, I would like to ask Chao as a member of the study night team, or was, but will always be a member, what is it about? Like, do you advise first-year students to join a study night? What is your opinion regarding it?
I think study night, especially for the first year, is really a good thing to join, because then when you're new to the environment, the study night will help boost the process of getting used to everything quicker, like getting used to the workload. And also there's a lot of senior available hanging out in the study night, and they can, because they already go through it, they can help with all of your questions really quickly, and they have like really nice tips and tricks that can quickly solve your problems. It's a great way to make friends. We always try to listen to what people need, because I mean, we as a study night team, we create a team because we want to help a student. We in a way we are the representation of what the student want and need. So we listen to the need, and for example, if there's a assignment coming up for pre-production, we will create like a feedback moment, so you can come and bring your assignment for us to give extra feedback. This doesn't mean that the teacher doesn't give you feedback. The teacher give you great feedback, but also uh, there's also like additional feedback or feedback in between of the moments that you can get, and that's really helpful, I think. And if you have a question, we always have workshops, and I think overall and we have bars with really cheap drink that you cannot get that price anywhere else. So you can have like a little fun time with your friends in the lounge. I think it's just a really nice and cozy environment to hang out and
Also, special
socialize.
study nights with Nerf gun fights and
Yeah, that's true. How can I forget
Yeah,
about that?
I think for a lot of students, the study night is the part of the week or the day of the week that they look forward to most.
Definitely.
Definitely, yeah. For me,
Yeah.
I think it's also for lecturers, not only for students. The part of the week they look forward to. Thank you. So I have one question left on my list that says, what can you suggest to future DAE students? So does any of you have important advice that you would like them to know?
Buy a sketchbook.
Yeah.
I would say don't be cocky. Don't be a smart ass. There's
Yeah.
always things that you can learn. There's always people that is better than you, and receiving, like, you doing better doesn't mean that you are better than them. It's just because you have like you start your journey earlier, and that's also applied to like people who are new to this. It can get really intimidating, I think, because the people who study in DAE, they all have a big variety in the background. So some people, they started like freshly out of high school, never had drawn before. Some people already have higher education before that. Some people have art school their entire life, and so the how you say, the quality of your work doesn't reflect who you are and doesn't reflect your talent. You have to compare yourself to your old self,
Yeah.
and not to the classmate you have but that doesn't mean that you can not validate their work, or for the people who have better stuff to look down on other people. Just be kind. Don't laugh at people's work, because it's really like disheartening, right? So yeah, that's what I have to say.
If I can add on to that, I've seen people that are really good and they come in and they have tons of background and they've really done the work, and then they get sort of a little too settled in their skills and they think, oh, I'm already better than everyone else, I don't need to work as hard or whatever, and they'll really quickly be overtaken by these new students that don't have any experience but have a lot of motivation. I've seen students that have absolutely no background, but then they come in here with like tons of motivation and they'll surpass like all these art students like really quickly, or all these programmers really quickly.
Yeah, the people who are like that, they have the most respect for me. Like, just trying their best and not getting looked down and stuff.
And even if you're the best at DAE, DAE is not the world, right? You will be competing with the industry.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
I see an interesting question in the chat. Is it bad to get inspiration from anime and manga, or is it the cliche? Vitaly?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of anime or anything like this, okay? But the problem is, one my good friend, who is also good developer, the point is he managed to make his project for the programming too. The whole game is about Naruto. And he made it so cool. There are so many ways to fight, like melee combat, ranged combat, some jutsus and stuff, right? And he went just crazy because he loves Naruto a lot and he made a really, really good project. I hope he will be great at like high, because his project is super interesting and super cool. I would say that this is actually not prohibited and not punished at all, I think, because every student who sees his work says that, Rufat, you're doing good, you're doing super good. Even I, myself, I don't really like anime, but damn, he made a good job, yeah.
So I'm getting the signal that we kind of have to wrap up. So do you guys have anything you would like to add in the end? Apart from be kind. Yes, Vitaly.
So, just heads up for the game development students, okay, for the potential game development students. I would say, guys, please train your logic and train your calculus. Not that in game development you will see a lot of hard stuff, a lot of really impossible stuff. There is some, but it's totally bearable and you have just to understand how it works, not like to understand how it's like derives or the origins of it, but you gotta know how to do some basic stuff. So yeah, just be prepared. At least school level, at least.
I think same goes for a lot of GGP students. We also get a lot of programming.
Yeah.
And I say,
actually
don't
a
get
question
discouraged.
from Bert. How was 3D getting classes from Bert?
That's cool.
Really, we have classes from that. I don't have it personally. So I have no clue. You're doing great, Beth. I know you're doing great.
What do you think about the internship? Are you worried to get it? Is it easy to get it in a big AAA studio with DAE preparation? Ciao, as you did your internship at the big AAA studio in Belgium, can you answer?
I mean, me and Milan both do AAA stuff. We both GGB, and Milan is a technical artist, and I'm a concept artist. And I would say, I think it's applied to Milan also, that GGB provide like a really good and solid foundation for you. But just from the schoolwork and the school assignment, and if you just put the school assignment in your portfolio, there would
It's not enough.
I would say not enough. You have to show your personal work because it reflects who you are as a person, and it also show what you're interested in, what's your skill level, and what is your personal workflow. Because assignment is highly tailored for the school, and to actually show yourself, you have to have like personal portfolio work, and you need to work on yourself a lot to but that doesn't mean that it's impossible. I think it's pretty achievable, like pretty easily achievable.
But the motivation should be there to get
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we have to wrap up. I want to thank you so much, all of you, for doing this. You're all great. I wish you a nice summer. And everyone else, for all the viewers, you can join us for our last stream at 2:30, and we will have another panel with awesome students as well. Thank you and goodbye.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So the second part of our stream today, we're gonna do all the majors all over again for the people who just woke up or are in different time zones, that's possible. So once again, we start with our visual effects major, and once again, I have Robin with me. Robin is a major coordinator of our visual effects major. So Robin, the visual effects major, it's not new, but it didn't really exist before. So what is it all about and where did it come from?
So the visual effects major used to be combined with the new 3D animation major. And as a result, we had both those skill sets sort of in the same major, but we felt like there was not enough focus on either of those. So that's when we decided to split them up and give full sort of like a focus on VFX for the VFX major and a full focus on animation for the animation major. That's where they come from. Now, as to what VFX is all about, there's three major strengths that a VFX artist will have after following our curriculum. One of them is 3D, and that is sort of shared with game graphics and with 3D animation as well. So regardless of which major you pick, you will have a strong, solid foundation in 3D skills. The other one is something we call compositing. So image manipulation, bringing together several shots that you can see in a film, bringing them together and making them all look like they're part of the same coherent whole. So that's the second strength a VFX artist will have. And then the third strength, which we bring into our major, is knowledge of simulations. So destruction, fire, smoke, something we call particles that allows us to do all of that. That is also a big focus.
All right. Would you say it's more artistic or more technical?
I understand how people could say that it's more of a technical major than an artistic major, in the sense that we don't have a lot of drawing. We don't have a lot of things that can sort of traditionally be thought of as artistic. However, we do bring a lot of artistry to the 3D that we use, to the effects that we use. It's quite a skill, knowledge of color, light, to bring all of those shots together and make it look like a nice, complete whole. Sort of like a traditional artist would do if he's painting with colors and with light. We do the same, we just do it in 3D.
All right. So what kind of skill sets will you get out of this if you study VFX?
So like I said earlier, strong 3D foundation, a good understanding of how cameras and light work. Image manipulation is a big one, you know, removing backgrounds, removing green screens, what you see in big blockbusters and in smaller films as well. The ability to stand on a set, to know what is necessary, to make everything run smoothly for post-production. And then, of course, the ability to use simulations to your benefit, destructions, water, all those sorts of things.
So what kind of jobs are there for students who graduate here?
Yeah. The simplest one to explain as a job that you can get after doing the VFX major would be a 3D artist, you know, just a general 3D artist that has a lot of knowledge about the different workflows and pipelines when it comes to 3D. What we're unique in the VFX major is that compositing skill and that simulation skill. So once again, compositing, that image manipulation, that bringing together of everything in the entire pipeline to make it all look nice in the end. And then simulation, those destructions, those sorts of things. Kind of jobs that you would get out of that, a 3D artist, a lighting artist, an effects expert, a render supervisor.
All right, and that's mainly for films, right? Or can you also go to the game industry?
Well, a lot of the techniques that we use for films can also be applied in games. There's a bit of extra education required, and I'm not talking about studying another full bachelor, but more a couple of months of studying on your own after having done the VFX major. So if you think about it, a lot of those skills are interchangeable. You can do a lot of the things that you learn in game graphics can be applied to film nowadays, and vice versa.
All right, so it's split off from 3D animation. But what if, I'm not sure if I want to do 3D animation or the VFX major. Yeah. What would you say to those students?
Yeah, I think that's a big question to a lot of potential students out there. What's the big difference? Well, when you take a look at the end result and the films, almost any film nowadays needs people from the VFX side and needs people from the 3D animation side. So it's not like one is mutually exclusive to the other. You're going to need both for a good film production. However, what we focus on, if you look at the end result of the things you'll be making, the VFX major will be more Guardians of the Galaxy, Lord of the Rings, more realistic looking blockbusters that you know of, and smaller things as well. It's not limited to blockbusters. Whereas the 3D animation major focuses more on the characters that you see in Pixar films, for example, The Incredibles, making them move, making them come alive. Whereas we as VFX artists would also be working on those films, but we take care of the background, we take care of the shots, the lighting, all of that.
All right. What would you say to a student that wants to come and study VFX? Like, how can he prepare or she prepare himself?
Yeah. The biggest thing you can do to prepare, keeping in mind that every single course that we have starts from zero. So we don't expect any knowledge in advance. That's for any course in DAE that you're following. So don't worry about that. We'll take you from the ground up. Something you can do to prepare yourself in the VFX curriculum is getting comfortable around cameras, around using a camera. Photo camera, video camera, doesn't matter. Getting a bit of an idea of what light does when you take certain shots. All of those sorts of things can help you out a lot.
All right. There's no questions in the chat at the moment. Then what is the difference between the VFX major and the game graphics major? Besides like film, gaming, like if I would be doubting between those two, what would you say?
I would, even though you say besides, I would still say that the major difference is just that one works on a game and the other one works on a film as an end result. What can also be a big difference is that one side, the game graphics side, uses game engines. So they have a lot of technical restrictions and limitations and rule sets that have to do with that when they create their 3D models. VFX artists, on the other hand, have the limitations that you have when you're rendering out your images. So that means when you're creating that final image, that final shot that you see. We have different specifications, different restrictions than the game graphics people. But all of that are things that you can learn. You'll start to see the difference between the two. So I would say that the major difference is, what do you want to work on? Do you want to work on a game or do you want to work on a film? It's important to know that if you study one or the other, you're never completely going to block yourself from doing film if you studied game or vice versa.
All right. What is the difference between simulation and particle effects in animation movies and blockbuster movies? That's a question from the chat.
So let me read that again.
For example, Despicable Me and Avengers. What is the difference in particle animations, and simulation effects?
A simple answer would be that there's not a lot of difference in between the two. More complex answer, it's all going to depend on the style of the film that you're working on. Usually, when you're working on a realistic film, you have the limitations that it needs to look realistic. So you'll have to do a lot more research on how those effects look like in real life. Whereas if you work on more of an animation film, and I'm taking The Incredibles again, an explosion in that film might not necessarily look 100% like an explosion in real life. It might be more over the top, it might be more saturated, there might be slight stylization differences.
Yeah, so it's more about the look that is different than the actual technical part of it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm certain the look will define quite a few of the technical things that you need to change, but the general process would be the same.
And would be making those different looks something you also learn here or not?
Not specifically. You wouldn't specifically learn how to do that. However, you learn everything you need to get to a certain look or a certain style. You're not really in the VFX major are going to super analyze the differences between those styles. No, you're going to get the skills to know what direction you need to go in, to know what is going to be required of the final product.
All right. And what would you give as a tip to any student, not specifically VFX, so just somebody who wants to come here and study DAE for their further career down here? What would you give them as a tip? Like a survival guide?
Yeah. I personally find that the student, there's two things that spring to mind that I think are very important. One is sort of a cliche, it's called passion. It's the one thing we can't teach you. We can help you a little bit with discipline. We can help you a little bit with structure. But the passion, you're going to need to study this for you. You don't need to study this for your parents. You don't need to study this for us. You need to do this because you want to do this. The other thing would be, I find that a lot of students who quickly get the understanding that this is a difficult curriculum, no matter which one you pick, would do better in generally. So making that switch in your head that I'm coming home, Maybe if you're in a dorm here, you cook your food, you watch an episode, you play a bit of a game, and then immediately after that you start working again. For school, you do that day in, day out, kind of. The sooner you can make that mental click in your head, the easier it's going to be.
All right. Thank you, Robin.
Welcome.
Robin is still online in the chats till the end of the day.
Yes.
So you can still ask your questions there, and hopefully we will see you next year on the stream.
Yes.
I mean, the people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. right, next up again we have 3D animation. Welcome back, Dirk.
Hi, Luna.
Dirk is our major coordinator of the 3D animation course, which is brand new.
It is a brand new one indeed. We still have 4 majors, and we split it up 3D production and VFX into 2 separate majors. VFX more technical, 3D animation more towards animation, of course. And then we still have the other new one, sound design, but I guess Alexander will talk about it later on.
Yeah, and why is it that there's suddenly a 3D animation course?
Well, we had it already in mind. I wouldn't say since the beginning, but for a long time. And then we also saw in the industry that they are really, really, really looking for animators. And then we said, okay, let's go for this one. And we already had animation in the program, which was very good, but it was way too short. They only had it for 4 hours a week. So from the industry, we heard, yes, they can animate, but not at a certain level. They know where the buttons are. They know exactly to switch from one software into another 3D animation software. That's all okay. But the animation wasn't good enough. But then again, animation is nothing else but experience, but exercising. Really, really analyzing movement, recreating that movement. And if you don't have enough hours for that, so then you can never become a very good animator if you only have 4 hours a week.
All right, and in this new 3D animation course, what kind of skills will the students learn? What is the skill set they'll have at the end?
Definitely the skill set is 3D modeling. I mean, you really become the 3D artist. It's practically in most of the graphical majors we have here, such as VFX, 3D animation, GGP. They really create very nice environments, assets, and so on. And then with the 3D animation, the extra thing we added is, of course, animation. Now, instead of 2 courses, we have 4 courses of them, and they will see the entire pipeline of animation. That means it starts with the pre-production. They will learn to work with stick figures, drawing stick figures. Then we will continue with storyboards. So they will learn about film. They will learn about the staging the scene, where to put cameras, a nice choreography of characters, camera movements, editing and stuff like that, to really create a nice animation film, and not only by animation, but also due to all the editing and all the editorial pre-production they do in advance. So they start from once they have the stick figures, they go over to a storyboard, they put it on a timeline for a 2D animatic, then they do a 3D block out, and then we go to the second year where they will continue with character animation, dialogues, monologues, also interaction with quadruplets and bipeds, things like that. Yeah.
So there's a question from the chat: is 3D animation still much in demand on the market internationally as well? And I would like to add to that: is it only for film, or are you also gearing towards game animation?
Well, we always check on the industry. We always look at the job offers, and also national. There was a lot of new studios who got a new production going on, and they are looking for animators. Also, we looked abroad, and we looked where do they have specific jobs for animation. And at that point, we really decided, okay, now it's coming. Let's do this. And the other question was, is it also catered towards games? Yes, it is, because it's a skill that you learn. It's a craftsmanship of animation that you learn. You analyze sound, you act, you try to act the right pose, you try to act the right movement, the right emotion, and the exaggeration of it, whether it is a cartoony character or a really heroic character, the typical Marvel characters, the more realistic ones. These are all the skills that you will learn, and whether it is for games or whether it is for film, it's exactly the same. The guy who will implement the animation into the game, into the real-time engine, that's usually a coder.
All right. And what kind of students are you looking for? For who is this course?
Those who are fascinated by the magic of animation. I can say that. Those who really want to act, those who really want... You all know Pixar, you all know DreamWorks, you all know lots of animation films that there are now. They changed a lot since the beginning. Now you have more hair, you have more cloth simulations, that and more for the VFX. That's how they will work together, because you could say that the major VFX and the major 3D animation is pretty close to each other. Their group projects are also together. They will work together. It's always nice if you have a character and it's moving and it has muscles, like Mr. Incredible. He's got clothes, he's got muscles, and you also have to simulate that. That's really a thing we're looking forward to do so. And will they create their own shorts? No, we don't have the time for that, of course not, but they will do group projects like 1 minute where they will work together with VFX and they can really create their animations. But it will not be a short film of, let's say, 5 minutes, because our program is way too short.
Yeah, that takes a lot of time.
It takes a lot of time indeed.
Somebody asks if there's a lot of drawing involved in the 3D animation compared to the game graphics production.
As a matter of fact, game graphics production and 3D animation are, let's say, the more art-oriented majors. They have exactly the same courses with pre-production 1 and pre-production 2. If you look at the site, you will see they have a lot of perspective. First semester pre-production 1 is more like, indeed, the basics of perspective. They will draw with pencil, they will scan it, they will, or they also will shade with pencil, that they really know these techniques, what is shading, also analog, and then later on they continue in digital shading with the Wacom tablet. So it's for the both majors exactly the same. And then if you choose the assets minor in the game graphics, then you will have character design with realistic characters. You will also draw from live models. Character design, you will really learn how to design characters, whether they are game characters or other characters or cartoony or creatures. You will all learn that. And then you also have the stylized track, and we also have that one on our curriculum. So it's pretty much the same. And yes, they need to draw, because you have a three-dimensional world. You have to translate into 2D, and then we work with stick figures, because it's very easy if you're an animator and you can really draw your poses pretty fast. It's a lot easier to start in 3D animation software.
All right, so there's some drawing involved.
Indeed.
Do you need any previous experience, or can you just come here while you studied ISO, for example?
Well, once you had drawing classes a long time ago, or you have drawing classes now, or you keep on drawing, I would suggest that they go to a bookstore where they really sell perspective books, because that's the thing that we really learn in the first semester, in the first year, the first 2 semesters, and it's all about perspective. I know you like drawing characters, you like drawing whatever, you know how to reproduce other drawings that you know already. That's always fun. But if you're really thinking like, okay, I would like to do this 3D animation course, and you really would like to start already with drawing specifically for that major, I would suggest perspective.
All right, so definitely go buy that book and practice.
Go buy that book, practice a lot, because it will help a lot.
All right, but it's not necessary per se.
No, we start with an empty blank sheet.
All right.
And we also have our course.
Introduction courses.
Thank you. Sorry, we also have our introduction courses, and there we also have the perspective, the pre-production 1 course as well. So there they will learn you again. It's like the first 4 lessons that you see in a nutshell. But then again, it's good to already start with perspective drawing.
All right, and we sometimes get this question. So it's really 3D animation movies, also geared towards like the big Marvel movies and stuff,
Indeed,
which is realistic animation. But what about stop motion and 2D animation? Is that something you'll see here, or
no? Not really, okay. Not really. But perhaps in the stream you already have seen the night at the museum. That was the working title in progress. They can always do something. I mean, we had a group project, and these guys, normally they start in September, October. Those guys started at the 1st of August, and they recreated an entire scale model of a museum. That's fun, indeed. And it was fantastic to do stop motion with it, but no, they created a real 3D character in it, and you never felt, okay, is this a real environment? Is it made in 3D? What is this? So there's always something for it. But then again, if I go more into detail into your question, No, it's not about 2D animation, but you learn the skills of animation. You learn to analyze movement. You learn to act. You learn to reproduce emotion, movement in animation. So it's whether it's for 2D, whether it's for 3D, it's the same. Then again, in the storyboard courses, where you will do you will draw key poses, but not really the in-betweens, as you would do with the 2D animation studio. But no, it's not. No, it's not 2D animation. It's not like that.
All right. So, like they did, they integrated 3D in real life footage. That's also something they do in the VFX course.
Yeah, and that's how they work together.
That's
yeah.
how they work together. All right.
So for us with group projects, they really, they all have the very good knowledge of 3D. They all know how to model because it's a group project. It's a 10-week full-time module. They work full-time, 5 days a week, 5 to 6 people together, and they have to start from week 1. So if you're coming from the VFX major and you are there for the simulations, you can't wait all the time up until it's your turn. No, you can already create some assets in 3D. The other guys, for instance, the animators, they can't start animating because the character nor the rig is finished yet. So they can do already the storyboards, and then a little bit later, the VFX guys, they can already work with their particles, the simulations, even destructions. For us, it's okay if they would create, it would be a dream, if they would create, for instance, a destruction of a building with characters in it, and you see people falling down, animated, realistic characters. It's all possible.
All right. You can see those results from the film projects on our website, by the way.
Indeed,
most of them are on there.
Indeed, go check it out.
Yeah, the links are in the description for that. Dirk and his colleagues are also still online on the Discord and the Teams chats, so definitely go talk to them if you have more questions.
Indeed, yeah. If you have more questions concerning the curriculum and how many courses do you have together with the VFX major or the GGP major, I made a couple of slides to make it more easier to see. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're running out of time. So
okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go
Bye.
ask them
Have fun,
over
Luna.
there. Thank you for
Bye-bye.
all the answers.
Bye, world.
Bye. All right, welcome back. So now, GGP, Game Graphics Production. With me, Dries de Rijkere again. He's the major coordinator of Game Graphics Production, which is still our biggest, almost biggest major. So
the biggest.
Tell us about Game Graphics Production. What is it all about? What will you learn when you start studying
All right.
this?
So Game Graphics Production is all about AAA art for games, right? Like it says in the title. But what does that mean? So we create artists and people that are focused on creating the best graphical side of a AAA interactive game, right? So we're very much focused on creating the best 3D artists that are out there, but not just 3D art. We want to make sure that they are very good in their 3D side, but they should also have an understanding of what it's like to program something, to script something, what it is like to rig something, a little bit of particle effects in there. So they have a very broad base so that they are very generalist and very wide, but on top of that they have a lot of expertise in a specific thing that they choose, so that makes them very good artists because they are very good at what they do, but they have a very broad background, and that's what we try to focus on the most in Game Graphics Production.
All right. So when I study this, what kind of jobs do I land in? What kind of companies is this aimed towards?
So in Game Graphics Production, our focus is mostly on 3D art, right, for games. So most logically, you would end up in a position that would be like a vehicle artist or a weapons artist or a prop artist or someone who makes environments, as in he puts the props in the environment or he lights the environment. Or it could be someone who's more technically focused and he goes more into how can I automate some processes for my fellow artists, or how can I, for example, make particles that react to what the player does, or how can I make something that's optimized and runs very well even on low-end platforms, for example. So it's not just someone that spits out polygons. It's someone who understands what it does and understands how can I make sure it's optimized and works within the environment and context that they are given.
So it's not pure art. It's also very technical.
Yeah. So it's everything we make is visual, right? Everything we make has a visual end result. So it's very easy to fall into the fallacy of, oh, it's just graphics, it's just 2D, it's just 3D. There's much more to it than that. Everything we do, everything we make, we approach in a very technical way. We try to make sure that the student understands that they can use scripts, or they can use optimization in a certain way, or use procedural techniques, which is kind of doing 3D with math, so that they can work faster and get results faster.
All right, and what kind of students are you looking for? For who is this course? Is it like artists or more programmer type people?
It's actually a combination of the two. It's people who have want to create something visually and want to create a visual result, but are not afraid of the more technical side. It's for people who are not afraid to get their hands a little bit dirty with some math, or are not afraid of a little bit of code, but still want to create a good-looking final image in the end.
For games, that is.
For games, yeah.
Because
exactly.
we also have our independent game production, which is also geared towards games. What is the difference with game graphics production?
Right, so independent game production is much more of a developer profile. They have much more like actual programming versus what game graphics production does. And one big difference, and that's a key difference with all of the other majors as well, is Indie has a course called Business. Has a course called Business, right? So they are more, they have more knowledge about the business side of games. They have more knowledge about how their product is actually going to make money. Whereas a game graphics production student is not that much busy with, isn't that inclined to think about how is the thing that I'm going to make, how is it going to make money? Because that's what the producer is going to think about. They're going to be more focused on how can I make this as fast as possible and as good looking as possible. Whereas an indie person is going to be much broader, is going to know more about programming, is going to also be more inclined on the business side.
So you become a creator, basically.
Yes.
Somebody is asking if you need any experience in drawing or programming before you start.
You don't need experience. It helps, but it's not required. Every course, like as probably already been said a dozen times, starts from absolute zero. Like the start of pre-production is like learning how to draw straight lines on a piece of paper, so to speak. So it starts from a very, very basic level, and we build that up from scratch. That doesn't mean that having pre-existing knowledge is a waste of time, right? All the extra knowledge you already have is less time that you need to practice, and that time you can use that time then to practice more on other things that you aren't as good as. Let's say, for example, you're already an experienced drawer, you already have a lot of experience with drawing and those kinds of visual aspects, and maybe you're not that good in programming. That means that you'd have to practice less drawing, and you can put more time into your programming to make sure that you understand that.
All right, and there's also, well, this is a more general question. Is there a special kind of laptop we need for our PC?
So we have a laptop project at HOS, right? So definitely check that out, hos.be/laptops. So that's the laptops that we recommend. It's the last one in the list. What for game graphics production specifically, in the first year, you don't need the heaviest piece of equipment, right? It needs to be able to run Maya, it needs to be able to run basic things in Houdini, and some Photoshop. And if that works out, then that's fine. So you don't need the most crazy piece of equipment. In the second year, however, we're going to go much more into game engines, and having like a really sturdy gaming PC is going to definitely be needed. Definitely because in the second year, you're going to get into real-time ray tracing, because that's becoming a really big part of game development. So having the necessary equipment there is going to be absolutely necessary. So do you need a strong computer? Definitely in the second year. If you already have a laptop in the first year, and that is okay, you can get away with that.
If you can game on it, you can probably.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. A question: if I would be a potential student and I would come to game graphics production next year, how can I prepare myself this summer?
Yeah.
Do I need to prepare myself?
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna split it up in a couple of parts because we have a couple of courses in the first year that are quite easy to grasp how it links together. So for pre-production, one of the obvious ways to prepare for that is to simply draw, right? It's very much based around that. Take a piece of paper, 30 minutes, 20 minutes a day, and just draw what you see and try to draw in a correct perspective. So understand a single point and 2-point perspective. And if you grasp that, just spend 20 minutes every day drawing and you'll get a feel to it. And that's going to definitely help you out. Another thing that can help you out is trying to fiddle around with 3D software. We use Maya, but that's not free usually if you're not a student. So if you have access to that, great. Just mess around with it. There's thousands of tutorials on YouTube to get you started. But you also have Blender if you don't have access to Maya, so you can also check out tutorials on that on YouTube. And the last part is processing. Processing is interesting as an interesting programming language because it's quite easy to get into. There's some really good tutorials online to get you started with that language as well. So if you want to get into a little bit into programming, or you just want to understand the basics of that, we program in processing in the first year. It's based on Java. So if you have some experience in that already, that's great. Another thing, if you want to get a bit more educated in the math department, things to keep an eye out for are sine waves, those kinds of things, but also vectors and some basic physics. Like, for example, you have a ball that falls using gravity and it's going to bounce. How would you calculate that? So that's some things to get you started.
All right. Somebody asks, do you need a drawing tablet? The answer is yes.
Yes.
You definitely need a drawing tablet. It doesn't have to be one of those big ones with a screen or something, but even for sculpting and texturing, you will need it.
Yes, definitely.
So that's definitely not something you should not buy.
Yeah.
And somebody else asks if it's bad to have a certain drawing style or it's all welcome.
Well, it's not bad to have a drawing style, right? If you have a drawing style, that means you already have a little bit of experience. Just be careful that you don't define it as that you don't define the mistakes you make as a drawing style, because there are definitely mistakes you can make when drawing, right? Having wrong proportions or just going over the same line too many times, then you're gonna get these very sharp and straw-like lines everywhere. So be careful with that. Try to be concise, try to be clean with your lines, try to have some nice line weight, so make sure that the outer lines are heavier than the inner lines and stuff like that.
So it's going to be more about technique than actual having a style.
Yeah, so style is not something we really touched upon in the first year, except in game art, that we definitely touch upon style. But we don't touch upon our own style in the first year. We go deep into stylization in stylized design and stylized creation in the second year, but that's with the assets minor.
All right, I don't think there's any more questions. I also see a lot of our colleagues answering questions in the chat, which is great. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dries. Dries will also still be online and some other colleagues will be there as well. So if you still have questions in the Discord or in the Teams chat, go there. You can ask very specific questions there. And thanks again, and hopefully for your viewers today, you will see them.
Definitely check out the website as well. Like, there's a lot of information on there, not just on GGP, but on all the other majors as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Luna.
Hello and welcome to the last student panel for today. My name is Sandra, and today with our great students we're going to have a little chat. I'm part of the global community team, so any question regarding student life you can post in the chat for us to answer. So first I'm going to let all the students introduce themselves, and then afterwards we're going to start with the questions.
Yeah, I'll start. I'm Steph. I'm from Belgium, and I'm an independent game production student, first year.
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm a third year VFX student coming from Belgium, and I'm about to graduate. So.
Next is
Hi, Timo.
I'm Timo. I'm also from Belgium. I'm a game development student. It's also my third year, hopefully also soon to be graduating.
And my name is Amber. I'm a second year GGP student, and I'm also from Belgium.
Hi, I'm Tom, third year game developer, hopefully soon to graduate. I'm also from Belgium.
Hi, my name is Katarina. I'm a first year GGP student, and I'm also from Belgium.
Thank you, guys. So I don't see any questions yet, so I'm just going to start asking you some general questions. So this one is for Steph. How does a day look like for a DAE student? Could you tell us more what you do in your regular day-to-day life when you go for school?
Yeah, so it depends a bit on which day of the week it is, of course, but generally speaking, you have some theory classes and lab classes, which won't take up the whole day. So most of the time, you either have classes in the morning or in the afternoon, and pretty often you'll have the rest of the day off, which is meant for you to work on your projects. So it's important that you plan your time well. So apart from the classes and the assignments, there's also other stuff you should do to keep a good, healthy life balance. There's the workouts at school on Mondays and Wednesdays, which I also used to participate in. And there's the Zumba classes, and then of course the study night team Thursday night. So yeah, that's most of it.
Thank you, Steph. So we have a general question from Crystal, which is our internship fair coach. It's with what you know now, would you do DAE again? Why or why not? So who would like to answer that? Maybe first Lore, because she's one of our graduates and from this year. Congratulations, Lore. Can you tell me, would you do DAE again or not?
Yeah, I definitely would do DAE again. Like the curriculum that I followed, I know it's like become a little bit more specific, but the curriculum that I followed prepared me for every step of the pipeline within VFX, and knowing like everything that has to be done to make a movie really helped me now to like work in a team and anticipate on problems that can come later on. And then in the last year especially, I was like prepared for working on my own, like solving problems and like doing my own planning, which also really helped during the internship. So if you're really into movies or into games, of course, because DAE is mostly games, I would definitely recommend it because it's just the most specialized course I think curriculum you can follow for going into that industry. So.
Timo, you're also a graduate now. Congratulations to you too.
Thank you.
Would you share your experience? Would you do DAE again or not?
100% yes. Like DAE did not only prepare me on a professional level and like skill based, but also social wise. I learned some of the greatest people at DAE. The social sphere and mood is very good there. The environment is just unique, I think, and I just enjoyed every step of the way. And yeah, I would really want to do it again to meet more awesome people and have the experience again.
Anybody else that would like to add to that? Their experience?
I think especially with the new majors, I would love to do another one. But it's a bit like, I know Timo was talking about it earlier as well. It'll be like 2 extra years and you don't get a different diploma. So for us, it's kind of wasted. But I'm really jealous of all the people here today who are thinking about it now, and they have like so many more specialized options. So it looks really great right now, actually.
Thank you guys for answering that. I don't see, or I see another question. Was it scary when you first walked into the school, or did it feel at home right away? Amber, maybe you can answer.
Yeah, I was gonna answer. I think for me, definitely, it felt a bit like both. I was so nervous, but I think most people in DIE are just really shy people, and we feel a little awkward in social situations. But it soon went really it just felt really cozy and at home after the first day. It's just that barrier that everyone had to break, because everyone was feeling the same, right? Everyone was like, oh, this is new, this is. And what really helped is the people from second and third year. They just really they just welcomed you like they were your own age, and they just started talking immediately. And I think that's something that really helped as well. Because
thank you. Crystal asked, would anybody not do it again?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
So Crystal asked if anybody would not do DAE again. Would one of you choose not to do it?
I don't regret it. It's my first year. I have no regrets of coming to the school, absolutely none. So I guess for me personally, no. I would love to do this again and continue to do so.
Okay. So community is very important, at least a lot of students said that. Lore, what was your experience with the community, and what would you advise future students? Should they have friends or not?
Well, I was very a little bit skeptic at first about community and needing them, but it turned out that I'm the first person that needs community, and in DIA you're so supported by your peers, and everyone around you is just working towards that goal, and that really inspires you to push yourself to the limit. So that helped a lot. Also, I felt sometimes at home, you cannot talk about the stuff you learned at school because it's so specific, and not a lot of people around me in my environment are busy or working in that kind of field. So having all of the others around me felt me more connected to this thing that I want to become in my life.
So I see a few questions that were asked this morning were, is it possible to study DAE and live in Kortrijk if you don't speak any Dutch or Flemish at all? So none of you is international, but you know a lot of friends that are. Would somebody be able to answer that?
Yeah, sure.
No, go ahead, it's fine. You're from...
I was in the buddy program, so I had a lot of international connections that I talked to daily, and they lived in Kortrijk on dorm, and they didn't know anything besides English or their home language, which, for example, German or whatever, and they had to do their daily things like shopping and communication in restaurants and stuff, and English was completely fine. Everyone every shop in Kortrijk understands English, as far as I know. And if you speak French, it's even easier because I think a lot of people in Kortrijk also speak French. So if you speak one of those two languages, I think it's easy to communicate.
Okay, so is having a healthy lifestyle crucial to obtain the studies at DIE? Amber, can you?
Yeah, so for me, I think it's one of the things that really keeps you going, because you sit down on a chair 7 days a week for hours and hours on end. So you really need to take care of your body and your posture. That's also why we as a school and as students participate in the Zumba and workout classes I think it's really necessary. Also, eating healthy and making sure you have like nice body hygiene. It sounds like really basic things, but if you sit down all day, it's really important to keep it up, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And Tom, how much is the workload at DAE? How much did you averagely spend a week to work for DAE?
Well, I think the most common number is like 50 to 60 hours a week. For me, it really fluctuates a lot. I'm really good under pressure. So in weeks where I have 5 weeks until the deadline, I would probably only work like 30 hours, which is including classes, right? So it's like only 10 hours at home or something. But then if you're in the week or 2 weeks before the deadline, I would go closer to like 90 hours and just work crazy amounts of time. And every time I would be like, next time I'm going to be better. But it sadly...
So planning is indeed important.
I don't think it ever happened in 3 years, but we got there in the end, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah. So our DAE community team is in the chat and they say greetings to all of you. Hey to them as well. And they have a question. What is one of your most impactful moments during your studies at DAE? Any turning points or moments of realization?
I mean, if you don't mind, I would like to answer that because I actually started in VFX. And I was a few weeks in and I really like movies. Like, I think I like movies more than I play games. But I just all of a sudden realized that the art in games is what attracted me way more. And I really wanted to make that switch. And I did. And it was really easy. Like, I had no problem switching between the courses. And I'm really, really happy I did. So that's a moment of realization for me. Yeah.
Anyone else, a moment of realization?
Like, for me, it was not really a moment. It was more one person. Mathieu Delara, one of our teachers, our graphics programming
to
teachers.
Mathieu, if you're watching our stream.
The way he gave class and talked about stuff really made me just more motivated. He explained a lot of stuff that made me realize this industry is really what I wanted to do. And he was really one of the major pillars during my DAE education that made me realize what career I wanted to go into, like graphics programming, that was all my style. So yeah, definitely he was a big motivation for me.
I also had the experience that I was afraid when I started DAE that I was going to be one of those people who likes, because obviously I like playing games, that maybe I was just the type of person who likes playing games. And as I went through DAE, or at least the first year, I really realized that I do enjoy the process of, creating them as well, or even more so, because that's something you need to figure out for yourself as well.
Like, for me, it was like the switch from first year to second year. I made a lot of choices over there. I started off in the Dutch course and I want to do this. But then during first year, I noticed that this was really my thing. And so I switched in the second year to the English class where there are a lot of internationals and they are even more motivated to get the best out of their work. And it motivated me as well. And then I became part of the study night team and the importance of community, I really felt then, and it really lifted me up, I feel. So that was the moment for me, just second year.
You mentioned study nights, Laura. Can you tell us more what the study nights are?
Yeah, it's every Thursday evening, normally without Corona or COVID. We held a study night at Thursday evening from 6 to 10. It's the moment where everyone is invited to come over to the level, the school building, and have a drink with us. There are rooms for working where people can work with a beer. There's also rooms where you can work quietly. There is a bar where you can just play games with your friends. And from time to time, we also have specialized, little teamed study nights, like Halloween, everyone's dressed up. It's just so nice. And for Christmas, the moment everyone goes home back to their parents, and like start working as hell for the exams in January. We also have like this cozy moment before everyone needs to take off, and it's like, yeah, you really feel like the spirit of the IA right at these moments, study nights. And help each other, of course. I almost forgot. We help each other, and we keep workshops. I mean, that's also very important. We help each other with working, of course.
Yeah. Anybody want to add to that? Amber, you can also add more to the study night as a member of it.
Yeah, I'm currently a member of the study night, and what I really like about it is mainly just being able to talk to your students and also figure out where the issues lie. So you can, you talk on the study night to know where the first years or third years are struggling, and then you can, talk to the teachers about it or hold workshops so you can help each other. If a lot of first years come to me with the same question, I'm more likely to make a workshop about it, or ask somebody to do something. So I really like it. And also the Christmas one is really nice because we make hot chocolate and sangria and everyone is happy. So yeah.
Now we also had online study nights due to the COVID-19 situation. That go well for you guys?
Not really, actually. To be really honest, not a lot of people really found their way to the online study night. So we're looking into improving that because it's just a really hard situation in general with the coronavirus now. So it's a challenge, but we're looking into it. So.
Yeah. There's a few questions that I'm going to ask from the chat. So one of them is, do you have any regrets when it comes to your studies? And would you have done anything differently?
I think if I would know what I know now, but I went back in time 3 years, I would probably choose a different major, just because programming, like I did the game development major, and programming is, while it is fun to play God and be able to make stuff happen that shouldn't happen, or stuff that you want to happen, I think there's like other interests, other aspects of game design, of game development in general, and especially feature animation as well, that are super interesting, that I never really gave a chance. So I think learning what I've learned in the last 3 years, I would probably choose a different major, probably GGP or VFX then, I guess VFX. But in the end, I still have no regrets, but I would have done it differently.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else would like to add to that?
Yeah.
I think,
Oh,
go ahead.
No, you go ahead. That's fine.
Okay, but for me, I doubted a long time, and I still kind of doubted if I should have split up my years more, so I had more time to focus on what I really wanted to do, since now I did all my courses, and I think splitting your year is a good option, and I'm still not sure. I think I would have split up my second year if I went back. That's what I would change.
There's a question. A lot of people mention before they start DAE that they are worried they're not going to be good enough. Did you have that as well? And do you feel you're good enough now?
If I may answer that, I very much had that. But what you quickly start to notice in this school is that everybody, and including the teachers, really focus a lot more on the progression you've made throughout the year than really where you start or even where you ended. They just want to know how much were you able to get better, because the school is really just about getting better, not about, like, if you have student A who starts off really good and ends off really good, that's fine, they'll have very good results. But if you have student B who starts off like average, maybe on a low skill level, and ends up really high, that person, student B, will be way more interesting and probably will have a lot more potential because they were able to evolve and will get better, and they'll be able to evolve further into the future as well. So I feel like you really shouldn't be afraid. The school is very good to welcome new students. All teachers say we always start from scratch. We start from zero. What you really should be paying attention to is just how fast it grows. So you really should be focused from the very first lesson, because they're not going to wait on you. But don't be afraid to start off with not a lot of skill level. That's totally fine. It's a lot to do that.
Another question that we have is, what is the passion that drives you forward?
I think, especially for VFX and GGP, because they're more art related, that it's just like making the progression that drives you forward. I mean, every artist, even if you're like a high-ranked AAA concept artist that's like celebrated by everyone, they still feel like the depths and the highs of their job and of making art. So I think it's just like every time taking like the step to say to yourself like, okay, I made like mistakes, but like next time I'm learning so much from this. Next time it's gonna be better, and that's just what has to drive you. Like every mistake is also like a step towards a better finished product. That's for me the thing that drives me.
What about game developers? What drives a game developer to move forward, apart from Mathieu?
Just like a lot of feedback on your code, like asking questions all the time about how your code is structured, what could be better. I think coding, it's like in art you have like you immediately see what you're like drawing, and you can get easy feedback on that, like easier feedback on that than on code, I think, because for me it was sometimes hard to know what I was doing right or wrong, so I really had to ask a lot of that stuff. But I mean, if it looks like what they show it should look like, then I was like, okay, cool. And the moment people started saying that my code looks good from like teachers and like, for example, now my employees, and then I knew that I was actually on the good track.
So we have 4 more minutes according to Bert, so we're going to answer a few more questions. So one of the concerns of one of the people is the age. Do you think age is a restriction in the DAE? So Laura, you're one of the students that was a student before. What is your view on that?
True. So now I'm 25, so I already studied like 5 years before DIA, and I was also like, oh my god, I'm gonna go back into like starting with 18-year-olds, and that's what I was a little bit anxious about. But in the end, we're all there to learn about the same industry, and like we all have the same goal, and that really made me connect with like everyone over at DIA. So I was not feeling something about my age or being on a different level. It does sometimes make me wonder what I'm doing with my life, since everyone's getting married and getting children around me, but I feel that I'm right on where I belong. So.
And how do you guys deal with criticism? Is criticism welcome?
That's something you need to learn to, like feedback, that's something you need to learn to accept. It's not something you can do by default.
You have to learn it fast as well.
But most of the time, is it helpful to get criticized on your work, or not?
Yeah. Criticism is good if it's like actual feedback.
So by getting more feedback, you improve your work, I would assume.
Yeah. When people say like, oh, it's good or it's decent, it's just like you want them to tear it apart so you can know,
so
like
you
just
can build
say
it up better together.
Yeah.
If someone just says like, oh yeah, it's good, and then just moves on, you're just like, okay, should I make the same thing next time with just good? What does it mean? I mean, just.
There's another question of how do you deal with online classes with such particular subjects? So how did online classes go for the people this semester?
To be fair, some went better than others. It kind of depends on what course. Because we had a lot of classes on Discord. So for example, me personally, we have a class called 3D High Poly, which is something you can easily stream and just follow along. But other courses like pre-production, which is like 2D art and visual drawing and stuff, you need a lot of feedback for, which isn't very practical to do in a live stream. So then you have to send in your work and you'll get feedback the next day or a couple of days later, which wasn't always practical because some people got their feedback sooner than others, so they had like more time to work on it. But I feel in general our school handled it really, really well, and also just with mental support, we got supported whenever you need it, you can always text someone over Discord. So I feel like we can't really complain about how it went.
Anybody that would like to add on that? Okay, I think I'm getting the signal to wrap things up. I want to say thank you to all of you for joining this live stream. Thank you for being awesome and great students and for still staying in the community even though we can't physically be in one room. I wish you all a great summer. I hope that we see each other soon again. And for the people following up, next, I think it's game development major? No. Independent game production. So you can follow that after this. And have a nice day, have a nice weekend, and see you on the next Digital Live Info Day. Thank you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, now we'll continue with the more technical side of the. We're beginning with, well, the more developer side, beginning with the independent game production. With me is Steven Verborgen, and he's the major coordinator of the independent game production. So, Steven, indie game production, or indie as IGP, like we like to say, what is it all about?
Yeah, thank you, Luna. Well, a good question. I think for most people, what indie is might be a big mystery, even for those that know what it kind of means. So let maybe try to explain what we mean with indie game production, right? So automatically when you talk about indie game, it's about being not AAA games in the first place. So that means that we're trying to train students, or we're training students, we're not even trying, we're training students to actually make smaller games. That means games that take less time to produce and that need less people and need less budgets. So that's the first part of what an indie game is. So that means that we're not focusing on delivering specialists, but more generalists. With that comes, when you're a generalist, you're also more suitable for other roles, such as indeed production, which is a role in which you will have to guide a team through the entire process. So I think that's about the best description I can give you on what it means in the game production.
All right. And what are, so it's geared towards games and making your own games, kind of, but what is the big difference between IGP and game graphics production, which is also about games?
Yeah, so first of all, I've mentioned an IGP is a generalist, a GGP student is a specialist. If you look at the hour content-wise, GGP students will be focused 90% of the time on creating game assets. IGP students will be focused all of the time on actually creating an entire game. So that means that the art that they will produce is only one part of everything that they need to know about. So that's the first thing if you look at the education in total. Yeah? If you look at the difference on an art level, what it means for IGP is that we have to look at two things. So first of all, we have the tools that we're trying to use, and we have the process or the methodology we use to teach people in those tools. So I would say if you look at the tools, all tools that we're training students to use are about delivering assets fast in a cheap or as cheap as possible way, not as intensive, not as realistic as what is expected from GGP students. So that's the first difference, it's about tools. The second difference, I would say, it's about the process that we're using. A GGP student for me is somebody that has a very good feel for the aesthetics and that knows what is something that looks nice. While for IGP students, it's about learning how to create assets that are good enough to not distract from the final product that they're making. So that means in the way that we're teaching them, we're also focusing more on a process, on a more methodological way of actually looking at what they're creating.
All right, and what kind of students are you looking for? For whom is this course really?
Well, the difference stems from the fact that we're making genres or creating genres. So that means that we need students that want to take their idea and transform it from a concept to an entire product. So that means you have to have a broad interest in the way games are made. Not only the art part, but also the programming part, and especially the design part. What makes a game fun? Yeah? And that also comes, if you're designing a game, you also have to look at what the market wants. Yeah? Understanding the audience that you're making the game for. So the student that we're looking for is somebody that wants to apply the technical programming skills to create a creative product.
All right.
All right.
And what kind of future does it hold for indie game development student? Like big companies, small companies, your own company?
Yeah. Well, I can't predict the future, but I can look at what my current generations of students are doing actually. And if I look at the past, then there's a wide variety of options that they actually have. Initially, my main goal was to have them go out and help transform Belgium companies by introducing that game technology and pushing them towards starting their own studios, right? So that's why we have a very good basis in everything that's relating to C#, Unity game development and everything that's attached to it. Yeah. What I've noticed in these past few years is that if you have students with a certain profile, maybe a bit more extrovert, those students with the knowledge that we have taught them are especially suited for going into more an assistant producer role, which is a role in which they are trying to push a team forward and getting the team to create the game. Yeah? I also have to say, when you promise people that they can get into their own studios, I can say that for now, if I look back, every year we already launched one company, and they're still running. So let's hope we can keep this up.
Yeah, but it's not only games. It's also applied games, and
yeah,
that's
that's one of the things also. Where do you see the future? What is it that applied games? If we look at the trends that we're going on now, we see that the knowledge we are now capturing here with 3D and game engines, it's more and more finding its way into those applied games. And that means games that are used for trainings, for example, like the spin-off Blade Sapes that uses a game to train people in first aid. Or it's about trainings in VR, but it's definitely going to be about in the future on how we use our smartphone to interact with the 3D in the real world.
So for the concerned parents out there, there's definitely future.
Yeah, there's definitely a future, and we're actually working hard on even making it bigger here in Belgium now.
All right, and if I want to do this, if I want to study independent game production, how do I prepare myself?
Yeah, so
do I need to prepare?
Yeah, so I told you I have two answers last time. I have an answer for the normal situation, which I think is go out and make games. That's the biggest thing, because it will force you to run into your own limitations and to find creative ways of solving those problems. Yeah? Because to my mind, if you're a bit behind on math, we'll try to rectify the situation. But it's difficult to make or to run up or to catch up with the ones that have been taught math for a long while, for example. The same thing goes for the drawing part and the aesthetics part, which we have a different focus, as I explained. It's not something that you will catch up in 2 months, but by making the games, and we'll make sure that you have everything, work on making the games and getting better there. So that's my answer for the normal situation. As I mentioned last time when I sat here, I also think it's important for my students to go out, get their lives in order, get the working attitude back again, even with the entire corona situation and being locked up at home. Try to find your drive again in what you're doing. Find your support group, because those are the things that will be very important to pass in and succeed in DAE.
All right, we have a question from the chat. Does IGP cover 3D games?
Yes. Well, you're teaching the 2D part, of course, Luna.
And the 3D part as well.
And the 3D part. So the focus is mainly on 3D games, actually, since the skills you learn when you're learning the 2D process and the 3D games are actually also applicable for those 2D games. There's a part on 2D games, which you know better than I, where we also work on making the sprite assets and working towards the UI and what looks good in 3D.
So
those kind
if
of
that would confuse you, there is 2D for games, but it is mainly like pre-production towards 3D games, where you also learn about color and like the art basics, if that would confuse you. But it's also like mobile games, not really, but
no,
it can be done.
As a side effect, when you're focusing on using the Unity game engine, mobile or VR or desktop computer or consoles, or what I would say a target output of what you're making actually. There are some things that come in there, but you'll pick them up by actually doing those kind of games. Yeah.
Also, there's somebody who asks, why do you decide to use Unity over another game engine?
It's a good question. Actually, it's based in statistics for me. I took the important job openings that were available in Belgium, and the biggest ones were always asking for Unity, so that was the main reason. Another positive effect of Unity is actually that we can use a real programming language. When we're going to Unreal, we would have to use either Blueprints or C++. If we're doing C++, we end up more in a pure game development trajectory. If we're going towards Blueprints, I think it's not the best tool to actually teach the basics of what programming is. So besides the fact that Unity was the most popular one in my research, it is also the fact that C# is actually a language that allows me to iterate faster and go faster towards the process of making actual games.
A lot of indie games use Unity well.
Yeah, I would like to add though that there is an option to use Unreal also in Unity. The game design course in the first year is using Unreal and Blueprints and is introducing the Blueprints a bit there. And the other game design courses that are actually a follow-up to those first year game design courses also allow you to choose whichever game engine you want to use.
So once you know one, you can easily switch to the others and you're free to do so?
That's at least what we're doing, yes, or trying to do, yes. It should be definitely doable.
All right. Is it better to follow this major in English or Dutch? Because in the beginning, the director said the industry favors English.
Yeah, that's a good question indeed.
It's difficult for this major, right?
It's a difficult question. Yeah. So some of you might have noticed that this is the first year that we're actually going to start IGP in English. So this is a whole new step for us. And it's a decision we didn't take lightly because indeed we were oriented towards the local market. Experience shows that a lot of our students also went abroad because there were indie game studios that that were working on their favorite indie game also, or in a job as a producer and in an English company. So I would say, content-wise, there's no difference between the Dutch and the English curriculum. But to my mind, the English curriculum gives you the advantage that you're actually learning the language by being surrounded by it. And it's not about learning English, it's learning about expressing yourself in a different language and gaining some confidence there. So I would say English, yes.
Yeah, mainly I also always recommend people to do it in English, because even if you work in a Belgian company, there's a big chance you will have to talk English there.
Yeah.
And also, if you really don't understand in English, just ask your teacher, they can always help you out with that. Another good question, well, there's a few I see. Will you continue to innovate during the semesters? I don't really get the question. I don't know if there's more on that question. All right, but then is IGP the best way to grow between GGP and GD? So between game graphics and game development, it is like a good alternative if you want to do both, or?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an alternative, because if your goal is to go into the AAA industry, you'll have to be a specialist. If that is your goal, I would say, if art's your thing, go for GGP. If development is your thing, go for GD. Yeah. But it is indeed true that IGP is the more general one. Yeah. And it does happen indeed that people do the IGP curriculum and then say, well, I want to do something more on the art side, for example. So it happens. But I would say, is it a go-between? Maybe not actually a go-between, but...
What if somebody is still doubting between GGP and IGP, or like they like art but they also like making games? What would you say to those people? How can they decide? It's a hard question, but...
Yeah, it's a very hard question. I would have preferred if you not asked that one, but indeed, so let me try to give as good as possible answer on that one. I would say, first of all, if you want to go for AAA studios and you're sure about that, go for GGP. Yeah. If you want to make your own idea and want to work on your own game, I'm sure that in IGP, the art that we're teaching you is enough to actually build upon that, but we're adding everything that you need to actually make your own game.
Yeah.
And I think that should be the biggest distinction there.
So you want to make your own games and not be one person in a big company.
Yeah.
That's
and have influence on the more creative process in the game design. Yeah.
All right.
So can I answer
innovating, I mean the latest technology and programs. I think that definitely happens. That's because our curriculum changes every 2 years almost.
Yeah. So that's a very good question. I think it comes down to the tools. For example, ZBrush is something that's not immediately in the pipeline at the moment, because if we look at the criteria for when we're using tools, it's about having a pipeline that allows you to make things more in a quick, iterative way. So ZBrush is really extending that process in the sense that you will be working multiple days on it. Yeah, we'll answer the mustache question in a minute. And then, for example, Houdini then, on the other hand, is also a very advanced tool. That's one of the tools that we're taking into the curriculum now, because it will allow us to have a way of actually creating more assets in a quicker way.
So like procedural.
Yeah, and the procedural process indeed, yeah.
Yeah, I think I can confirm, like when I started out here, it has changed a lot. So we really do take a look at how can we improve our curriculum. So how do you get a glorious mustache, Steven?
The mustache question. So it's a question from Arno. Hi Arno, glad to see you on the stream. Yeah, it's a side effect of the corona, right? I can show you the movies I made for the online courses. The first one was really nice and clean shaved. The last one was even maybe a step worse than this. So I would say make the situation worse and then make it better again after corona.
All right. well, another important question: do you learn real-time VFX as well?
No, not really. No, but I have to admit, one of my students now this year did his internship in specifically into the VFX, real-time VFX for game sites. So it's not a curriculum topic. You learn the Unity part, and the student did his graduation work in the last year on real-time VFX. So he did an analysis of the effects in League of Legends, and then reinterpreted it in Unity. And then he did the same thing in his group project. And then he found an internship with his portfolio that he built for those kind of things.
So sometimes you have to do some self-study into that.
Yeah, but I think that goes for a lot of the things.
Yeah,
that we're doing
of
here,
course. All right, we're gonna finish up. Thank you, Steven, for your answers, and good luck. Steven is, and well, the colleagues are still in the chat. So if you still have more questions, go over there. There's Discord, there's Teams.
Yeah. Thank you, Luna.
Thank you. All right, I see some colleagues from Divine dropped by in our chat. Hi, over there. Hope you're also having a good online info day. I'm gonna let the divine questions to the divine team. You can also find them on the West side probably. But now we are continuing our major talks, and again we have game development. I have Alex here, who is the major coordinator.
I don't know.
Hi. So game development. What will I learn there? Because it's programming, but I mean, it's not just programming, right?
Not just programming, no, because if we're just teaching you how to program, you better can start minoring in computer science or something, or a master, I mean. No, it's game development that we teach, and game development is a little bit richer than just software development and programming. It's a specific branch of software engineering. So we take the courses that are really specific to game development and put a lot more focus on that than you would have in a regular software engineering course or curriculum. So like AI specific to games, gameplay programming, graphics certainly specific to games as more our focus. Engine development as well, right? I mean, the software package of a game engine has a lot of very cool and interesting aspects of software engineering, and it's those aspects that we teach. Yeah.
All right. And what kind of people are you looking for? Who is this major for?
Yeah. For game developers, but that's very broad, of course. Game developers that are interested in being part of a team, working together, being the guy that puts it all together, right? Be at the center of game development, get the input from the artists, get the input from the designers, and work together and create a game, right? And that can be in all kinds of aspects. And that can be very specialized in graphics, that you're just working on the graphics of a game or of an engine. You can be an engine developer, low-level stuff with memory and all. You can focus purely on AI, be an AI developer. So you choose a little bit of what you want to specialize within our curriculum, but all in all, you're part of the game development team and part of a whole, right? You're not on your own, making games or something. Designing games is also not something that we want. You're not an artist yet, either. I mean, but yeah, the one that makes it happen in the total scope of things.
Right. And do I need any previous knowledge about programming to start here, or can I just start from scratch?
Yeah, that's indeed a question we get often. Actually, also on the Discord, this has been asked a lot. You do not really need any prior knowledge. I mean, we teach everything from the beginning. However, a lot of people ask us, should we start learning ourselves C++, because that's what we teach. C++ is still the de facto default language in game development. Lots of engines are written in C++ and use C++ for the games. So that's our language that we use. Should we teach ourselves? And there we say no. Don't try to teach yourself C++, start programming and find resources on the internet. We do not recommend that. We'd rather have you work on a game on your own as a preparation or something. Take an engine. I don't care what engine. Take an engine and create a game with it, and see how far you get it. Take a tutorial, follow the tutorial, but do not start learning yourself a program language that will cover that part once you're here.
So just already try to make some games.
Yeah. See what game development is about, because it's game development is a cool community, which is actually very. If I can say that, it's small. It's a lot of people know each other, right? So definitely in Belgium, the game development scene is very small in Belgium. So that's really everybody knows everybody. But even internationally, the game development community is really a bunch of people that are very friendly and know each other. And you can get in there by just creating games, shouting it out to the world via Twitter or something, and then be
game
part of
jams
it.
maybe also.
Game jams, yeah, of course, and or start exploring technologies that are cool to work with. Try to make normally for an artist you would start trying to make models on your own and in Blender or something. Well, even for game development that would be a cool thing, because you also need to understand how these models are made.
You also get 3D as well.
Yeah, in game development we do 3D as well. Why? Because that's what will make you unique in the market as a game development student of DAE. You're a programmer, a software engineer, but you have specific knowledge of all these workflows that artists use as well, right? You will be able to create models, you will be able to create models, skins, rigs, and that will set you apart from other software engineers, because you understand the intrinsics of how artists create their assets for the games, right? And you can work with them on a way, you have a common vocabulary, a common understanding of what you're working on, right?
All right, there's some questions from the chat. First one, English or Dutch? What would you recommend?
I heard it, the answer from IGP. The answer for GD is actually it doesn't really matter. There is no difference content-wise between English and Dutch, so we teach the exact same thing by the same teachers.
For every major, basically.
For every major, indeed, and by now IGP is also in English, so that counts for everything. The only difference is that we as a teacher in the Dutch curriculum, we speak Dutch, and in the English curriculum, we speak English. That's the only difference. So what's then the advantage for either one of them? If we have a lot of international students here, so if you're from Belgium and you want to get into contact with those international students, only almost 1/3 of our new students next year will come from abroad, right? If you want to get into contact with them, choose the English curriculum, because that's where they will be, obviously, right? On the other hand, if you say, okay, my English is not that good, so it might be a hurdle, then it's safer to choose for the Dutch curriculum. And if you then later on decide, okay, it's fine, I can handle, you can always switch if you want. Also, an advantage of the Dutch curriculum is a little bit, certainly in GD, I'm not so sure in other Myers, but with us, the group is a little bit smaller. We have more English students than Dutch students, so that means that we have a little bit more attention of the teachers per student.
A bit smaller, but still big.
It's not that there are almost none. It's still a big group, but I mean, we teach the same class sometimes for 30 students, while we do it in the English group for 60 students, and then we have a little bit more time per student in the Dutch group. So.
Well, next year it's with the bubbles and
voilà.
So we'll
it will be different
goes.
next year, indeed. Yeah, it's true.
Another, this is a very frequently asked question. What is the big difference between IGP and game development? If I would be doubting between those two, what would you recommend? Well, so not recommend, but say.
Yeah, it's another approach to game development. So you're actually both game developers. If you use IGP or GD, you're both game developers. But the GD game developers, we are more technical. We are more the ones that work together in a team and get the job done, create the game, program the game. So we are more executioners. We create it, while IGP is more from above, has a more design leader role. Are more in control of the whole process. They will actually should create a game from above, while we create a game from the bottom. Our students can be engine developers that other game designers and artists use to create the games with, right? So it's a little bit, that's the difference. We're a little bit more to the bottom of the game development, but
yeah, so this is also a very technical course, but there's also a bit of art, like you said.
Yeah.
Because I often hear, because I teach the art to game development students, and they're also always like, but I'm not creative.
Oh, I hate it when they say that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be kind of creative as well to code, right? Or at least have some sort of... a different kind of
It's a different kind of creative, I think. It's for software development, it's a little bit analytical, I'd say, but you can be creative in that. There are several approaches to a software problem, right? And creativity there is definitely necessary. but I think it's a little bit different, a different kind of creativity when it really comes to 2D or 3D art. It's another side of your brain, I think, that you're using. But still important to be able to use it because, I mean, let's face it, we're still creating games, which is an artistic medium, right? So, okay, we handle the technical part of it, that's true, but still you're involved in it. And the more you are familiar or acquainted with all those aspects, even the artistic ones, the better you'll be at your job.
Yeah. Well, a question I get a lot, mainly from parents who are concerned, like, but why game development and not just informatica or any other ICT?
Yeah. There's not so much to worry for the game developers because, I mean, let's face it, we're still software engineers with a specific interest and on game development. But, I mean, we're teaching C++, which is the hardest programming language you can teach, I think. If you master that one, it's an easy step to another programming language, right? I mean, going from C++ to C#, it will be a relief almost, right? C++ has a lot of appliances and other technologies, and I mean, we're game developers. We teach you 3D development and everything that has to do with that it has appliances also in other industries, right? You do not have to go to work in a game development company, right? It can be something else as well. There are lots of industries that use 3D technology for all kinds of stuff, and you're wanted there too, as if you graduated here.
Like even the applied games and stuff.
Even in applied games, but
especially I think actually.
Well, not especially, but certainly among them, There are so many places where you can apply the knowledge that we teach here. I mean, for game development students, it's actually really easy to get a job after you graduated. I mean, the numbers 2 months after graduating here are more than over 80% of my students have a job.
That's great.
Yeah, while then the other 20%, 10% of them, 10%, half of those 20% studies something else after DAE, and then 10% that just don't know, but they're probably just looking. But that's actually great, and it only gets better after that. So do not worry about job opportunities after
There's
GT.
enough of them.
For now the stats are very good.
All right, there's some more questions. I'm gonna go with not general one first. Is it handy you already learned C++ in school? Well, you kind of already covered that, but
that's definitely handy. So we teach C++ from the bottom in the first semester. So if you already saw C++ at school, that first semester will be easy for you, which is a plus, right? Because there's lots of there's a lot of other things to do. It's not that, so that one will make it a little bit easier in the first semester, which is a plus. I'm talking about the first semester because starting in the second semester, then you'll probably will get up to speed with the other students and
All right, and then the other question is, well, I can ask that to anyone here. Will there be lessons on campus or will everything be online?
Yeah, so the goal here that we have at DAE, and that's indeed the general, is to have as much classes on campus as we can. For now, the focus will be that our theory classes will mostly be online, right? But DAE, and that goes for all majors, is not a theoretical education, right? It's a very practical one. We are, most of the time, we are just working on assignments, programming, creating art, and etc., right? So these classes will still happen on campus in feedback sessions and lab sessions. So I think that
the green key. Well,
green key for VFX. No, mine wouldn't use the green key. But indeed, we have specific hardware and classrooms here that we need for certain classes. So for those, you'll definitely need to be on campus. I think that for every Maya, we plan around 20 hours on campus a week. So that's a little less than usually, but still a lot.
All right, there's another question. Is it an added value to do game development after completing another course like Informatica?
Yeah, that's a good question. It depends a little bit. Is there a lot of added value?
Depends on what you want to do, I guess.
I'm not so sure. I am actually in that same situation. I am a master in computer science, and I went directly in game development afterwards. I just applied at a game development job, right? So it's not because you just did informatics that cannot be a game developer, right? The only thing that we would teach you extra here is very specific game dev related topics like AI or graphics programming and gameplay, everything that's related to that. But that might be something you can teach yourself on your own, or that can have been a focus for you while you did your studies. For example, I was a master in computer science with a focus on graphics, and that's how I enrolled in game development. So it depends a little bit on your situation, on what kind of informatics direction you took. But if I were you, I would just try to apply for a job, actually.
That's bad. No.
No, it's not. No, that's just
Well,
that's an honest answer.
You'll miss, I think, like the art side of it
you'll
as
miss
well,
the
and
art
the understanding
part.
of.
Yeah, you'll miss the. It depends a little bit on what you want to do. If you say no, I want to be able to create my own games, and be in charge of my own company, I would actually.
IGP.
Yeah, I would recommend IGP actually, maybe. GD. Yeah, as well, because you'll also see that art part and a more focused game development part. But the problem is that your first year will be easy on the programming side and the art math side. Well, it depends a little bit on what your focus will be.
And like Crystal says in the chat, working together with artists as well, it's a skill. Learning to work together.
That's true, and that's also something we teach here and during the game projects and group projects courses. True.
We're gonna have to finish it up. I'm sorry. Thank you, Alex, for questions. If there's still very specific questions, there's still the chats.
Yes.
Somebody asked about the programs getting paid for by school.
You have the educational version of Unity, so that's almost a pro version. So don't worry about that. And all the rest, all the software are paid for by school. Yeah, if you have a software license that you buy here. With a certain cost, and then all game dev related software, but then I mean all Maya, Max, Visual Studio, the whole Office suite, Adobe suite, whatever, is all in there, right? Actually,
you won't have
it's
pay
really a bargain.
For all of
I just want to end with definitely go to the GD Discord. I have my colleague Tom there. He's waiting for some extra questions. I'll be there as well in just a minute. So join us there, and we can talk some more.
There's also some students there, or are they all gone?
The students are as well there. They're still there. Yeah. So if you want to hear some stories from ex-GD students, go to the Discord. The
links are also in the description if you were wondering.
Indeed, yeah.
All right, thank you, Alex.
All right.
Bye.
Welcome.
All right, last one of today, sound design again. Sound design is a brand new major, and this brings Alexander, to our team, who is the brand new major coordinator of the sound design.
Hello.
So, Alexander, it is new. Where did this major come from? Why are we doing this?
Well, that's an extremely good question. Hi, Luna. I'm glad to be.
Almost like we prepared.
I'm glad to be back again in the studio. Well, where did the audio design major come from? Well, the thing is, ever since DAE started way back when, over a decade ago, we started with a couple of dozen of students, one major. Ever since it started, it took off and it grew exponentially in terms of size, but also in terms of quality. So we started diversifying pretty early on. First, you had the GGP, the VFX and 3D animation major, and then IGP joined the party. This year we're starting with two completely new majors. So the 3D animation by Dirk and the sound design. This is basically due to the fact why did we decide to do it here at DAE. Three parties asked for this. One is industry. They are asking for a more technical artist profile to be able to deal with audio and sound processing in games. There's a lot of technical skills required there, and actually we need to bridge the gap between the hardcore game developers and the audio people. We want to be a response to that. That's one. Two, our own staff with the evaluation of game projects, group projects. Well, in the past, have complained about the fact that the superb visual quality was hardly ever matched by the audio quality. Some projects would use like license-free music, and it doesn't really drive home the message of how good your productions are. And then third of all, the students were actually requesting. We started in 2017, I think, with a couple of like rudimentary workshops, and there was a vivid interest in like developing those, and we actually developed that into first a government-sponsored project together with some cultural creative partners in Kortrijk, and then last year, just prior to the start of this academic year, we basically developed an audio minor curriculum for classes that worked great, but we immediately noticed that we had way too few credits, way too few hours to actually build the well-rounded profile that we were aiming for. So now here it is. Hope you enjoy it. The sound design major.
Well, we'll see. I think it will be great. But first, let's get this off the table. Do you need to be a musician to do sound design?
That's a kind of worms we're opening right there, because the only correct answer is no, you don't have to. But if you do not have a vivid interest and passion for audio, sound, and music, this will be difficult to keep up with. Why? Because you need some rudimentary basics on music history, some sensitivities, some proclivities, music history, music theory. We don't go into much detail about it, and we really want to keep this a technical artist profile. We do not want to encroach on the terrain of art schools or conservatories. They have their own thing, and they're trying to make musicians. That is pretty far from what we're trying to do here. We want to generate technical artists that know how to deal with sound in linear and non-linear productions, and how to implement them, integrate them into projects. That's what we're going for. That is the main goal here.
So what kind of people are you looking for? For who is this curriculum?
Well, since it is really akin or close to the GD curriculum,
because it's kind of part of that.
It's part of that. It's under one afstudeerrichting, so to say, and it's a separate major underneath that. So we share a lot with the curriculum of GD. The first year, actually, there's only 2 classes that are audio specific, because we want to build a good generalist, so to say, DAE profile with some additional skills, with some bonuses in terms of how to deal with sound and audio processing and how to deal with it. So the first year it's like, okay, let's be pretty straightforward with it. It's like a GD Lite in the first year, and then the second year is actually the breakout year, where instead of 80% the same as GD, all of a sudden 60% of the curriculum becomes very audio specific, and we go into the details of our of how to implement stuff within the engines themselves, or how to use middleware to implement the sounds that we created in our digital audio workstations, the DAWs, so to say, and how do we make the engine on the one hand and our DAW communicate with one another. So that's the meat and potatoes of the curriculum.
All right. And what does the future hold for people who graduate in sound design? Like, what kind of jobs can they do?
Yeah. Well, there's fewer opportunities in sound design than, for instance, a game graphics production profile, but I think the industry is kind of shifting in that respect. If you look at what the last releases of Unreal and Unity showed, they're encroaching upon that audio terrain, and they're doing weird, cool stuff with like immersive experience and IR loading capacities into the engines. So I think it's going to develop over the coming years. And actually, whenever I see a junior position pop up for a junior sound designer, it always clearly specifies the fact that they have to have a good working knowledge of how those engines work, and basically they're looking for sound programmers rather than sound designers per se. And any A-grade production will always have its own composer, but then that composer makes the score or the soundtrack, delivers it, and then it's bye-bye, and now you deal with it and try to get it into the working prototype. So we need somebody to handle that as well.
So that's why the technical part is extremely important.
Precisely why we are focusing on that.
If I want to go study this, how can I prepare myself? Like, what should I do this summer?
I think most of the courses that we teach in terms of audio and sound they start at the very, very basic level. I mean, I don't think anybody needs to have a working knowledge of sonology and acoustics. We teach that throughout the curriculum, but the classes that will probably be the hardest for people who, for instance, come from a more artistic degree in secondary school, it will be the AMP, Applied Math and Physics. So you can, making use of the DAE website, you can do some preparatory classes and courses there. Same goes for programming, so that you have a basic working knowledge of programming and AMP. I think that is the most important thing. The audio, as long as you are somewhat passionate about sound and audio, you should be fine, and we will take it from there.
So it starts from scratch, basically.
It starts from scratch, yeah.
Yeah, that's most of our majors, but I mean,
I sincerely do hope so.
It's a question we get a lot, so it's really important. So if I've never programmed, it's better to like look into that a bit before starting. All right. There's a question.
There's a question. Will Alexander
sing
for us at the end of this feature here? Hell no. Or a quick guitar riff at least. I didn't bring any. Sorry, Crystal.
It's not a musician major.
It's not a music major. We want to drive home that point.
What kind of, that's also a question you probably get a lot, what kind of equipment do you need? Do you need special stuff to start this, or?
So basically everybody, we start with a laptop, everybody needs one.
Of course.
And then I think for most of the non-artistic majors, there is the Wacom tablet that you need to purchase. Audio specific stuff, you basically cannot be a good sound designer if you do not have an audio interface, the one we recommend, but this should be on the website, and if it's not yet, I will put it there as soon as I get my head around how the website works. The audio interface that we are using for our curriculum is the Steinberg UR22 Mark II. Why do we use that one specifically? Because we use the Nuendo software for the curriculum, and it really communicates well. We have very few issues with installing that. Aside from that, you need a Steinberg dongle to activate the software. The software is provided by the school, and then we have some optional things which we generally discuss in class, one of which is having a microphone for doing some of your own recordings. That's always very cool. And then having a miniaturized MIDI keyboard so that you can use some sound libraries, trigger some stuff, use VSTs or audio plugins. That is really cool if you can do that. But that is all optional, and we discussed this in class at length.
All right. I don't see any questions in the chat anymore, but do you have any tips for future students that will come here? Even not sound related, just in general.
If you like games, that's good. If you know how they work, that's even better, because I had to get into that when I started here. People throw around difficult terminology. I'm not always very proficient at that.
But you learn.
Yes, you learn quickly. You pick it up.
All right.
And play D&D.
Yeah, definitely important. All right. Thank you, Alexander, for all your answers. Thank you.
Cheers.
And for the viewers at home, we have one last closing word from our academic director, Rick Leenkrecht, or Master Chief, as we like to call him. But I also still want to thank everyone who was on the couch today and answered questions, the students who answered questions, and also a very big thanks to Bert, who is behind the scenes and should actually come here. 1 second, all right. For doing all the behind-the-scenes work for this stream. And of course, all the colleagues in the chats. We are still there, I think, for another hour or something. So this is Bert. Give him a big applause. All right. Let's give it to Rick for a closing word. Are you ready, Rick?
You can do it if you want. Am I? Okay, I have the finishing word. I'm going to grab one of these. Like DAE, I hope you realized and we've been able to show you that we're pretty proud of what we're doing here. We've been awarded this trophy for 2 years in a row, 2017, 2018, being best game design and development school in the world. I just want to point out, you don't get this for free. Our curriculum, if you would compare us to other curricula worldwide, is almost for free, money-wise. But you don't get this for free as a student. Like, this is basically deserved by the students' portfolio work that they handed in for the rookies. This is just what I would like to tell you to finish off. If you want to be part of this wonderful place, this wonderful team of people, both staff and students, just know that there's no place in the world where you can get this level of education in this field like in DAE. If ever you want to be part of this industry and you want to study something in this field, I seriously don't believe you can be anywhere else better served than here. Bert and Luna, they were already in the picture. Luna has been a couple of times in the picture today. I want to thank them for their efforts to set up this live stream. I think we set a new standard for the next Info Days as well. There's a lot of people behind the screens. You saw Sandra, our community manager. She's also a very nice person, Sandra. But the entire staff of DAE has been basically doing a lot to support our current generation of students during lockdown. After a well-deserved summer holiday, they will be as enthusiastic and as eager as ever to serve the next batch of students, to kick the best out of them as we possibly can, because pushing and kicking students is what we do best. But in the end, we love each other, and that's what matters. Just want to say thank you for watching. There's been quite some people on the stream today. The stream will be uploaded, will be available online for some time. Forever? Okay, forever, perfect. The website is packed with content, material. We remain available, maybe not the entire holiday, but a lot of us will be available via mail. The chat boxes will close down after today, but you can always send us email or contact us via our own digitalartsandentertainment.be website. And I really hope to see a lot of you with the best possible focus and attitude next academic year. And thank you, stay safe. We will kick COVID's ass next academic year, because I think we will come with the best version of education that you can imagine.
It's super amazing. I was so stoked because I was one of the contribution of it, and it's making me feel like, wow, I did something. It really boosts my confidence in my works.
It's a good feeling, it's exciting, it's cool to know that you're part of it.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's an honor, to be honest. That extra thing, just my work on the trophy, and it's a really nice trophy, and it's just, yeah, it's a really nice feeling.
It's good, it was exciting, because it was something different. It was feedback from other people than just your teachers or your friends.
It was kind of special, so to say. I placed all my work on there, and I definitely got some good feedback. I talked with some people.
There's definitely like a technicality with which we learn. If you graduate from DAE, you will be on point with your technical knowledge of your software and of computers. You will know what's happening, and that is a thing that the industry really requires of you. Everything about it is made to prepare you for the industry.
I really love the environment here. It's really open and friendly. I really like the teachers here. They really like friendly, and you can come up to them and ask anything and they will find it. And everyone is helping each other. It's feel like everyone is growing, so I really love it.
It does not feel like a school. You learn a lot, you learn a lot of stuff really fast, and you really grow in like 3 to 4 years. But you just enter the school and you really get this warm feeling of people trying to help each other, and it's incredible to say it's like the best 3 years I've had.
If it's your thing, I would absolutely recommend DAE. Certainly at this moment, I don't think there's really a better place to go.